Hello and welcome, DPL fans. Let me see. Gotta go ahead and link the stream to my Discord and stuff. But today we're joined by Dougal again. So shout out to that guy.
Everybody.
Yippee. Let me link that here. And I will also link it in the DPL server. Link down below, of course.
The tits is crazy. I was asleep during that game. It was like I didn't know it was happening, and the Zeus game had just happened, so I was like, man, I was not in a good state. But I woke up like 5 minutes after it ended, and I was happy for like all of 2 minutes.
Make it happen. What's up, Cinerath? What's up, Mark? How we doing today? We got some games to go through. Capital G, capital aims. I might be stupid for that. But anyways, give a few minutes for people to get into the stream and then we can go ahead and start. So this week was kind of crazy in a few series. Some really crazy end games. Particularly one Sword Shield game, which I think is the end of this series. So, yeah, look forward to that one.
That game.
That was crazy, right? We'll get there, we'll get there. What's up, TSP? You can't believe it? You should believe it.
It was in my best interest for the guy who won that game to lose, and I was like, man, fuck. like, like, just like the reactions as we were watching it.
That was hype to watch, though. Anyways. Let's see. Is there anything to talk about before this? I mean, this is, DUI versus PTE. Two teams that were like pretty high in the power rankings preseason, so it should be a nice series, right? What's up, Spooky Host? Big upsets, fans. Is that the title? I thought I made the title different this week. Yeah, Insane Endgames.
Insane.
Crazy Upsets was last week.
I'm upset. So
what's up, Lantern?
It implies.
Are we actually doing new power rankings? No. Those are just preseason stuff. But regardless, these two teams were very close together, like evenly matched, some might say. People were more high on PTE than I was preseason, but turns out they were right because they're like second seed and all that. But DUI, they've been like pretty decent. I think they drew versus us, which no other team has managed to do. That was in week 3.
They lost to us.
Yeah. They did lose to you, huh?
Yeah.
Raikou equipped? Yeah, shout out to Raikou. Which, by the way, Raikou does look pretty sick here. Kind of forces a Scarf Crook. Low-key.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. How will he deal with the Raikou? You're about to find out. But yeah. These two teams, pretty good players on them. They're both like looking for playoff hopes, right? So this series does mean a lot in terms of the context of the series,
undefeated
the season.
Too.
Yeah. J-Skirf, 3-0. Josh also 3-0 going into this game. So yeah, two undefeated players.
You can argue that neither should be undefeated, but they are. So
hey, who's to say? Who's to say? So because they tied CFG and lost to DC, does that mean DC over ZFG? Well, actually, we saw that matchup earlier in the season, and ZFG over DC. So it's all just everyone beating everyone. But hey, what can you do, right? Such is life. The transitive property does not apply to anything, really. Anyways, I think we've got enough of an intro going. We could get into the game. So yeah, like I was saying, two undefeated players. J-Skirf not normally known for his ORAS performances, but Josh very much so an ORAS vet. So in terms of like experience, you have to go for Josh, and like consistently, this guy has performed in pretty much every season he's participated in. So like, you really expect Josh to do well in these kinds of tours. What's up, gamers? What's up, Toast? Bear in mind, this Raikou has to use Signal Beam to hit Crook since it doesn't get coverage till Gen 7 or 8. It gets Hidden Power. Like,
it's gonna be HP Ice
yeah.
if there's a Rose. Like, it's gonna be like sub Mine, Thunderbolt, Hidden Power Ice. Like, that's just a really good set into Josh.
Yeah, because you can also like sub versus things like Klefki pretty comfortably. You sub on Torn, forcing it out. stuff like that. You barely count hidden power? Yeah, that's the new gen player in you, huh? Hidden power is a good coverage move. But anyways, in terms of the matchup, I'm pretty sure we predicted Josh to win this one in the pick'ems. Did we?
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't remember.
I was just going to agree with you.
Yeah. It seems like something we would do. Or did we say that the Raikou matchup was good enough and like KV is like decent here? I don't remember what we said.
Who knows? We're not gonna double check. We got it right at the end.
Yeah, right. No, it's just that everything gets it early gen, so I don't bother mentioning it. Like here, it's worth mentioning, right? Especially on electric types, it's like the most relevant coverage move ever. But anyways,
yeah,
I think we can get into the game. These players both undefeated, big hype match, etc., etc. All right, so Bisharp leads off into the Gallade and instantly goes for a bulk up. So this is like a bulk up lead Gallade, which is pretty interesting. Usually these setup Gallades you're going to see in the late game as like a win condition, but here he's decided he wants to use it early game to try to punch holes, which is interesting, right? If you do force like a switch into Togekiss or the Donphan here on this turn, well, Donphan bulk up, you're not really going to care too much about Donphan. You're going to get a big ice punch off, and it's not going to do anything back. Best thing you can do is like Roar, maybe Toxic. But then if Togekiss comes in, you have Inner Focus, so you're covered versus Scarf Air Slash even, and you can trade really favorably into that. So I actually like this decision from Josh, the lead Gallade. Seems like it gets decent value into everything. But
if it's like the Togekiss lead, like I imagine like you would be okay with trading for it for the Scarf Crook in the back. That's probably coming.
Yeah, I would assume it would just stay in an Ice Punch maybe. If it's Scarf Togekiss, you'll see the lock, and if it's not Scarf, it won't KO, and you'll 2-hit KO the Togekiss most likely. So there's always that. But regardless, this lead Bisharp gets the absolute goob nut off, rocks up and a paired Gallade. This is about as good as you can ask for. But wait, we can ask for even better because we're getting full paras. 1, 2, one more, and the Gallade is going to go down and basically accomplish nothing. One more? No, gets the Drain Punch off, so Gallade's going to go back to a decent amount of HP, but still not healthy enough to take on Togekiss. So we're actually going to switch hard into Crocodile here, which is interesting. I don't really agree with this Crook switch. Like, taking Chip on this seems kind of ass, right? Because this is the thing that's able to take a hit from Raikou, can trade pretty favorably into Donphan. But I guess you can come in on Togekiss and get your rocks up, so it's not Scarf Crook. Yeah, if it's not Scarf Crook, I don't really mind as much. And now Iron Tail gets a crit drop on the Togekiss and Air Slash misses.
This was a crazy game.
What a turn, guys. Yeah. Why are we staying in with Bisharp repeatedly? Still helps with Klefki, Rosewood, Torrent, and Go Togekiss, man. Bisharp is a Sash lead. You just want to get rocks up and go. There's no removal on this team, so a Sash lead to get rocks up and then just get a little bit of chip and then like save your more important guys in the back. I think it's like a correct play considering the Bisharp is Sash lead. Like you just want to get your rocks up and just get some chip. That's what it's designed to do. I mean, it is nice into a few of these mons, but all of them can kind of KO Bisharp from like 60, 68, whatever it was at, except for maybe Klefki, which like, okay, are you really going to save your Bisharp for the Klefki? I mean, you have other things to deal with it, like the Donphan. Not the end of the world.
Yeah. It would have been cool if it would, like, counter Bisharp, you know, could, like, for the Gallade. That would have been kind of cool, but
yeah,
I don't know what the other moves were.
Well, knockoff, and you have to assume it's, like, Sucker Punch, right? That's what I would run here.
Yeah.
But anyways, really bad turn for J-Scurf there, and Josh hits the second Iron Tail, knocks it out, and now Donphan's going to come in for the spin opportunity, it looks like, as Torn comes in, but we actually go for an Ice Shard, which is a 2-hit KO on this Torn. So I didn't expect that, and clearly Josh didn't either. Now Volcanian's going to come in. Do we see a spin now? We see a Stone Edge and it misses. Oh my god. Well, that's 2 turns on Donphan, so we can keep track of that TSP.
I think it was Expert Belt Donphan.
Yeah, it did so much to Torn. Like, might be a boosting item, but also I don't know the Torn set, so it's hard to say. But anyways, Volcanian gets a free switch in here on the predicted Stone Edge miss.
J-Scruff, so I'm pretty sure it was Assault, or not Assault, but E-Belt.
Okay. So it gets a sub up with Volcanion, but Discharge is going to break that. Raikou's leftovers and gets Toxicked. So if it did have sub, there was an opportunity to go for sub there. Like, sub kind of implies Toxic Volcanion somewhat. But it could just be sub 3 attacks. It's not super guaranteed, so I understand just you want to discharge it. Makes sense. Now Gallade pivots in on the Roserade switch. Now this was a crazy play from J-Scurv. Really gives him a little bit of momentum back in this game. Now Crook is going to be the sack here on this Ice Punch. Gets the Intimidate, and now what? Torn gets to come in, farm a little bit of regen, force this out, and now Raikou can come in, but it is Toxic, so this is going to get worn down. Hurricane only does 23, but the Confusion procs. So Raikou not guaranteed to move this turn, and also in Oras, Confusion is 50-50. It's not like the new gens, which is 33%. Yeah. So Raikou does hit itself, as Roserade gets a free switch in, and then it hits itself again as a T-Spike goes up, and that T-Spike is really bad. You really want to get a spin off ASAP, but you can't spin in front of this Roserade, right? So something has to take a poison, either Kyurem or Gallade. Both of them not great for you, right? And then Raikou lives on 1, but of course it's going to hit itself 3 times in a row. Roserade's synthed anyway, so it's not like that one mattered. The other 2, maybe you could argue, did matter. But Gallade comes in, Swords Dances. Sludge Bomb gets us 29, so this is a very, very bulky Gallade. And now what? Goes for an Ice Punch, but it's Yachi Berry Roserade. Oh my god. He has all the techs. So Drain Punch is going to knock it out. I think it was
kind of big because the Raikou could have broke that Yachi.
Yeah, it really could have. Like, that was maybe the big thing with the Raikou full confusions. Yeah, because if that happens, then you have to hit a Hurricane or go for a Speed tie, right? Everything else just freaking loses. And this Gallade was bulky as well. So, like, we see 2 bulky Gallades. So we have no idea who's faster. Neither of them likely to be max speed here. So the Torrent has to hit a Hurricane or you lose, I think. Low-key. Or, like, potential to lose. So that was actually crazy, the Yachi Berry. Because now you don't even have to hit a Hurricane. You just go for a U-turn. Completely safe. Shows Shadow Sneak in his Rocky Helmet. So maybe you had enough residual damage anyways with the Rocky Helmet and the Poison and etc. But yeah. Oh, the Glade's parried as well. I forgot about that. So it couldn't even go for a faster, like, exchange. Anyways, Donphan does get the spin-off, which is nice for the Kyurem Black. Kyurem with, like, a Fusion Bolt could potentially 1v1 all 3 of these. Depends on if the Klefki has, like, an attacking move for it. Because, will it? It probably has Foul Play for the Gallade. Maybe T-Wave, maybe Spikes, and maybe a Screen. That's a pretty common Klefki set. You could also run something like HP Fighting for the Bisharp. There's a lot of move slots to contend with for the Klefki. You could be Toxic to try to catch a Donphan coming in. It's not guaranteed this Klefki can 1v1 this Kyurem. We do see a Fusion Bolt. I assume we're going to go Torn here. No, we go Klefki first. Alright, Fusion Bolt here does 36%, and Draining Kiss only does 26%. But is the recovery going to be enough? It's not clear at this point. Looks like Draining Kiss is a 4-hit KO. Can 2 more Fusion Bolts get it done? Doesn't look like it. The recovery on Draining Kiss is actually kind of crazy. You're getting like the same amount that you're doing. And the Kyurem does go down.
That's why, like, with Kyurem, you shouldn't invest in its HP. Like, you should put it in, like, the Fence or Spadef.
I mean, like, I don't think that made a difference here, but I see your point, yeah.
I mean, it gives more recovery for Klefki.
Mm-hmm. It's like specifically versus Klefki matchups, you run like Spadef instead of HP. I don't know.
I think it's always better because like Kyurem's HP stat is like way higher than either defense.
It's not always better. Like investing in HP is still more efficient, but than like splitting your defenses. But you do have this thing where like Draining Kiss is still recovering max HP. Whatever. But yeah, the triple confuse was really tough. Yeah. Like, if you go back to the beginning, like, this opening sequence, getting all these full pairs on Gallade, you could say this is kind of justice, in a way, to this Crook, like, crit drop miss. Like, I don't know if that's entirely equal, but you could call it equal-ish. But
I
then,
don't know
like,
how much
after
like
that,
it mattered on Gallade though, because like Togekiss was there and
yeah, but
always
also
outside.
this
Oh,
edge miss, now J-Scarf's getting unlucky, and then the confusion into triple confuse, like, man, what can you do at that point? It's like really
yeah.
rough. Because, like, imagine this just KOs, and now your Gallade's at what, 35? Maybe you can just go Torn and U-turn. Yeah, you U-turn sack Gallade, and then you U-turn again. So I think he was okay still. Yeah, I think Josh still had it from this position, but I mean, the stuff he had to get into that position was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
And
I think the edge mitch was definitely like the biggest thing by far.
looks
I
like we
wonder
have
if
a
it killed
broken
Volcanion.
replay. Someone
Oh,
put something in wrong or what? Game 2. I gotta go find it now.
which game is it?
Um, what is it actually? I don't know. Was it Jimmy G? No, that's there. Okay. Gotta do some detective
I'm looking
work.
through the replays right
Yeah,
now.
me too. What are
I
we
think it
missing
was
here?
the Jimmy G game? I think it was actually.
No, it's Undead versus IPro.
Oh,
So I'll need to fix that on the dock after, but we'll look at it first. So Undead versus IPro, two great players in Sun and Moon specifically. Like both of them have really made their name in this tier over the years. So it's nice to see a matchup like this. IPro, I know, was busy this week, so this is Panda's build, and IPro just showing up and piloting it, which is not what you love to see, but hey, if the guy's busy, he's busy. What can you do? Undead here, he's also using a K-Crick build, if I'm not mistaken, so they're both like, yeah, they're both using other people's builds here, low-key. Let's see. Edgemis was definitely the worst, yeah. Game 2 was Jimmy, no, it was IPro, yeah, this game. So IPro has been using a few different teams this season. This is one of them, right? The Necrozma Mega Gallade. This is the one that got swept by Tangrowth, which was super funny. But yeah, I think this is the only team they have without a Zygarde on it. So interesting to see them actually bring this one. Zygarde would have been crazy here, but I don't know. I'm not going to critique the matchups and all that like that. But anyways, this is the matchup that exists. So we have the Nidoqueen for the Zeraora. We have the Feeny for the Garchomp. And then Necrozma kind of can blank everything. Kind of. It's like a stopgap to a bunch of stuff. Or it could be set up. The Registeel probably going to be spit up for the DNC. This Thundurus is a massive threat. I say massive, like there's a Zeraora, but also like you can have a Z move to get through that, and then like T-Bolt HP Ice covers the rest. Sorry, I just hear the phrase swept by Tangrowth and it was serious? Yes. If you want to watch that, I have it on my channel. You can see it's Genius X versus IPro, and he goes for a Sunny Day Illumise with Heat Rock into a Tangrowth Growth Sweep with Solar Beam and Focus Blast for the Registeel. Yeah, someone didn't watch the week 3 watch party. That was a great game. It was on the thumbnail and all. It's like, that was awesome. But here, the defensive core from IPro just looks really, really strong here. So it's going to be up to Undead, I think, to outplay here and break past all these guys. You've been busy? I get it. I get it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I think maybe the biggest threat is the Garchomp, because, you know, you can kind of just click Earthquake a lot. It could be like Groundium to have a nuke into the Feeny, and then outside of that, there's not a whole lot that really wants to come in. I think Garchomp may be threat number 1. The rest of them are really manageable. Maybe if the Toxapex can like throw off some Scalds and have a Poison Stab for the Feeny, it could be annoying. But regardless, I think the matchup is probably in IPro's favor. Doing more important things like VGC prep, going to NAIC this year. Oh, nice. Good luck there. See a lead Diancie into Nidoqueen. and immediately stays in on the Earth Power to get rocks up. Now, aggressive lead DNCs like this are often going to be Endeavor, especially into something like Registeel, which you're going to see immediately takes that. Now, no item revealed, so it could either be Iapapa Berry, which wouldn't trigger because it's at 26, or it could be Shuka Berry, and Shuka would live in Earth Power from this range, so Undead, not willing to risk that, goes Garchomp, takes nothing from Earthquake, and then this Earthquake is going to proc the Shuka Berry, but it's strong enough to break through. So nice play from Undead, saves the DNC sack. Now Toxapex is going to come in on Thundurus, which is unique, right? But a nasty plot comes out, so now goes for a Flash Cannon as Pex just stays in, goes for a Gunk Shot, so IPro a little bit of an overpredict there, but now Zeraor comes in on a Z move, Breakneck Blitz, so Z Hyper Beam potentially. So we actually know the full set. It's T-Bolt, Hyper Beam, Flash Cannon, nasty plot. So a crazy set. Can't really hit Garchomp too hard, but I guess he's willing to trade Hyper Beam killing this and then sacking it next turn on the recharge turn, right? Also covers for Yachi Garchomp, I guess, so cool set. But like, yeah. Now Pex is going to come in and actually live because it's AV and trades with the Thundurus, but now Nidoqueen's going to come in. We could see rocks go up here. You're not really inclined to go DNC this turn, but Spiritomb instead is going to be the switch in. Now do we see rocks? Undead predicts the rocks and gets called out, another Earth Power, and DNC goes down. Now Garchomp comes in. Is this Shuka Berry as well? It's not Shuka Berry, he's just going to die. So now what? Gallade comes in, is threatening an Ice Punch here. Skarmory can come in on this pretty comfortably though. A Swords Dance though. Maybe if you're able to take a Brave Bird, this can be a positive trade, but yeah, Brave Bird does knock it out after the Rocky Helmet chip. Now Feeny comes in, the Skarm's chipped. A lot of things are chipped, but Toxapex with AV can just come in on this, farm some regen. You could even switch out Toxapex here if you wanted to. Like, Necrozma coming in is pretty obvious. It's either Necrozma or a Taunt. Yeah, the 9 is crazy. But now Toxapex is back. Tomb Pivot was useless, so true. But now Spiritomb's in on the Necrozma, which does kind of wall it, quote-unquote, but Necrozma might be able to set up past it, depends on the sets. Heatwave does a lot, but Foul Play, yeah, you're not going to be able to recover past that. Maybe with the Iapapa you can 1v1 the Spiritomb, but you're going to be left very low, right? Yeah, 19%. And now Garchomp is going to revenge you. You can't exactly go hard Feeny in this position. Maybe you can, but even if you do, the Toxapex is going to come in next turn, and honestly, Toxapex just sweeps. IPro doubles on the Toxapex, but it's actually a Skarmory sack instead. So playing a little bit safer, quote-unquote, but I don't know. So maybe a crit Photon Geyser could get there, but no such luck. And IPro does go down to the Earthquake, and we already know this Feeny is going to go down to the Toxapex afterwards. So, well played from Undead apart from just sacking the Zeraora for fun. But hey, everyone's got to do a little bit of silly business sometimes. So
yeah,
I like the AV Pex here. Able to trade versus Thundurus and then regen it off later. That was really impactful, because otherwise you would have had to take a Hyper Beam on Garchomp and then revenge it, which, you know, this Garchomp was such a massive threat. Having that as your only out would have been really tough. So having the AV was pretty useful here. Speaking of silly business, this next game has none of it at all. You mean that?
Slick. Is this the Slick?
Yeah,
Panda
Slick
game?
versus Panda. Yeah.
Oh no.
No funny
Not
business.
This game.
This game was crazy. I remember this one. Okay, so these two players, they've been doing pretty well recently, right? Slick Panther, I don't remember his record going into this week, but Panda, I think, was 2-1. Am I right on that? Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you were right, and I think Slick was 2-1 too.
All right, so two positive players. Also, two players I do respect. So nice to see him in SV. This matchup pretty crazy. You see the Piloswine and Polion. These are two pretty cool mons that you don't see too often. Yeah, both 2-1. Cool. But on the other
like
side,
those straps like a lot.
yeah, these are cool. You do see this double ghost thing with Sableye and Petronuts. So between the two of them, you're always gonna be able to spin block. and this really helps out your Garchomp be able to Spike Stack. Or here you could even run Spike's Mew, right? That's an option on this draft. So Rock's Chomp, Spike's Mew is probably what we're going to see, or it's going to be Double Hazard Garchomp. But also this is Panda, so he might just be Choice Band and Garchomp. You never know with this guy. But yeah, Darkrai looking really threatening with Hazards up, and this Terrap is never really breaking through these double ghosts to spin. So yeah, does Empoleon have a defog this gen? I'm actually not sure about that.
I don't think it does.
I'm sure Panda will know because he mocked this matchup. No, it does not. No defog. So yeah, the hazards are going to be a big part of his game, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, we see a Sinistcha, which is the main Urshifu answer, so you could see a Terra to answer that. But the Sinistcha is also Terra itself, so it could be a Terra for Terra situation, you know? Roaring Moon does kind of influence a few things here. Like, for example, you are more pressured to run like something like Terra Fairy on your Urshifu, which isn't necessarily great into Sinistcha, but it does provide you with a resist into the Roaring Moon stabs, which the rest of your team looks like it doesn't really have. Maybe there's something on the bench. Maybe it's a Fortress on the bench. That seems like something that this kind of team would have. If it had defog, it would be like 14 points. So true. Or be on the bench. Okay, that makes
40,
sense. Yeah. Some random steel type. But yeah. This Iron Moth,
I think
big threat.
Run is the second Terra for Panda, right?
Yeah, it's Pecharunt and Urshifu. So maybe the Pecharunt is Terra Fairy, just to cover a Roaring Moon just in case. But most of the time you're probably going to be tearing the Urshifu. Let's see. Anything else of note here?
I mean, like, there's just, like, no Fairy, no Steel against Roaring Moon, so...
Yeah.
Like, Moon looks really good.
It could just also be Colberberry Pecharunt and try to Malignant Chain or Toxic it. And then you're able to just, like, recover stall it with Sableye and even Pecharunt, right? I'm sure you can take 2 knockoffs with a Colbur into non-Colbur. Roaring Moon should win off lead in theory. I mean, you didn't bring the Corviknight, so that's on you. But let's see the actual game. Terra types, we have Terra Flying on the Urshifu, and like I said, Terra Fairy on the Pecharunt makes sense. On the other side, we have Terra Fairy on the Moth and Terra Water on the Sinistcha, so just a decent like neutral defensive typing into a lot of guys. And then Fairy on Moth, just the Dazzling Gleam coverage being stronger into Garchomp and the Darkrai. You know, Darkrai resist, Garchomp resist. It seems like a pretty useful typing for that. Alright, Garchomp leads off into the Roaring Moon. And now Roaring Moon's going to win off lead, right? Like, what do you actually do as Panda in this turn? Right? Well, you dodge Scale Shot and just knock it out with Outrage. Yep. That'll do it.
That's a good play by Panda.
Yeah, really great play. And now Pilotwine able to trade for this Garchomp, which is nice. But now what? The Urshifu gets to come in on the Pilotwine, set up a SD. It's a very free setup opportunity. Can't really stay into Roar necessarily. And now Terra Flying in front of this Sinistcha and SD again. So we're now +3 after this Strength Sap. And now +5. And Stun Spore actually misses the Urshifu. And now a Drain Punch comes out. It's Rocky Helmet and another Stun Spore miss. So a little bit unlucky, you could say, for Slick Panther. Not a real game of Pokemon at this point. So now Terrapagos has to come in. And Drain Punch is going to break the shell, bring the Urshifu back to full most likely. And now, how much is this Starstorm going to do? T-Bolt, same base power, but also the chance of Para does not KO, only 58%. So this Urshifu is very, very bulky. I would assume it's like Spadef investment and some speed, and not a whole lot of attack. Maybe Adamant, but most of the EVs are going to be in bulk here. Now, Fiery Dance does a lot of damage. It's very low HP, but we see a Rest with Chesto Berry. So this was cool. Maybe makes you think that the Stun Spore maybe didn't matter as much as maybe he thought in the moment, but still, it would have been easier to play around if this thing is parried. There's also full para chances, all that stuff. But anyways, yeah. I think the sequence would have been like you pair it with Stun Spore, and then when it's +5, it'll just rest in front of the Sinistcha, and then the Acro gets fully powered up and it just kills. but then you don't have the rest later to restore your HP after the Terrapago shell, so you are able to revenge it eventually, but still. This is just going to end the game preemptively because there's nothing that he can do against this Urshifu. It just wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll never know how that would have went, but yeah, a little bit lucky from Panda. What can you do as Slick? What can you do?
Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah, he didn't even play bad. Like, he made good plays, and it just... the game did not want him to win. Unfortunate. It was a cool set, yeah. This is always my favorite kind of Urshifu Rapid set. Spidef, SD, Drain Punch. You just can sweep through so many teams like that. Anyways, now we have Jimmy G versus Padox. Is it over, chat? I know you can come back next week. And I say next week, I mean in 2 weeks. Because this week you're playing my team, so yeah, we can stay on the downtrend for one more week, I think.
Who's he playing? Is he playing Scrappy?
Or I don't actually know. I'm sure Slick knows. That's all that matters. Anyways, this Swish game. So we have Jimmy G versus Padox. I've teamed with both of these guys. Really like both of them as players. Why Spidef SD and not Defense SD? Because Urshifu has naturally good physical bulk. You don't need it, right? It has like the same physical bulk as Mew and like the base 100s. So invest in Spidef. It's all good. Makes sense, yeah. We're doing a second watch through, Slick. Okay. Anyways, this matchup here, I forget what we predicted. I mean, I'm gonna forget most of them. I think we predicted Padox here. Why did we predict Padox? I think the Blacephalon was like really scary. The fire resists are kind of lacking on this team. It's like only Lycanroc, which is obviously not a fire resist. Yeah. Coco kind of puts this team in a pack. Loki, as long as the Lando is handled, but you have things for the Lando. Like Spidef Skarm can like trade HP versus it. You could go for AV Swampert we talked about. There's like options here. But anyways, can't believe Jimmy G got haxed again. Did he? We'll find out. Let's get into the game. So we have Celesteal versus Hydreigon lead. So a Fire Blast immediately into AV Steel, it looks like. That did nothing. But also Heavy Slam is not a 2-hit KO on this Hydreigon. So could stay in and trade HP as the Hydreigon, but thinks better of it, goes Skarm, wants to get up a layer. So spikes are set up on the field. Now Raikou gets a free turn and double screens goes up as rocks go up. And you get a Toxic on the Swampert. This is a lot of work done by Raikou here. Both screens and a Toxic, but you did give up 2 hazards basically in the meantime. Turn 3 this game made me mad. Selly should have roasted that Skarm. Yeah, why did the Skarm force out the Selly? Like, surely you have fire coverage, but whatever. Volt Switch on the Coco, and now Lando gets to come in with screens up. So
I think he just wanted the screens. Like, that's why Selly stayed in, or switched out, sorry.
Probably, yeah. He saw the opportunity to get the ball rolling with screens. Now, Focus Blast does land a little bit to the left on the Skarm, and now you're going to see Lycanroc go for a close combat, and because Lycanroc is so terrible, it only does 40%, which is mostly healed off by Citrus Berry.
It would have killed if the Focus Blast hit. Oh, shut up.
Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. I would have had to do 65 with Focus Blast, and you know, if it's not Life Orb, seems unreasonable. Regardless, Raiku's here for another round of screens.
Wait, no, because of Citrus Berry, it wouldn't have killed. So never mind.
Yeah.
Lycanroc gets bad.
Now Flip turns out, and now Slowking comes in. Blast does a lot later. I mean, we'll see. It's around that much, yeah. Future Sight from G-King, so Future Sight is in the air as Dragon Dance Mew comes out. Now it goes for a taunt, preventing a Whirlwind, which is really nice. Future Sight actually does go through screens, I'm pretty sure, which is a fun fact. So Mew takes 11 from that. Very epic.
You can't even tell from that damage it went through the screen.
Yeah, I think it does. I'm not actually 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it does. No, it doesn't?
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
What am I thinking of then? Because I know something goes through screens.
Is it Doom Desire then? I don't know.
I have no idea.
That's pretty much Future Sight.
I thought Future Sight did go through screens.
Oh.
Well, guess not.
You never know.
Text runs light screen install builds to combat Future Sight G King. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that does make sense. What am I thinking of then?
I have no idea.
I don't know. We'll move on. Forget I said anything. But now we have a stroke and forget to taunt the Swampert and instead lose our Mew. So that was awesome. Now Skarm comes in on the Steela, dodges a Fire Blast because he's the GOAT. Whirlwind's out. Yeah. So misplay into bad luck. And yeah, Skarm takes 61, which is a lot. But a second layer goes up, and now we go Raikou on a switch to G-King, so another set of screens is going up. So Raikou has gotten 3 sets of screens, which is kind of insane, right?
That's Raikou performance ever in Sword Shield.
And now it's a free Volt Switch, because you don't even have a Swampert to block it. So you have something in with fresh screens in front of Hydreigon. It's going to be Scrafty. So Scrafty likely going to be Dragon Dance here, blocks the Future Sight. Nice play. So U-turn only does 8% swag, and just goes for a Drain Punch. I would have loved to see like a DD there, because now this Coco has Taunt, and now Coco can prevent anything from setting up. Goes Lando, which is nice, but...
Assault bet on the Skarm for Blissa.
On the Scrafty, you mean? Maybe,
yeah. Sorry.
Could be. But then your screens... Hold up. Your screens with DD Mew, okay, but AV Scrafty, AV Celesteela doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, if you're having screens like that, you probably want to be set up Scrafty. But maybe you're right. Who's to say? Anyways, we get another opportunity to Dragon Dance as the Mew. Knock out the Hydreigon because the light screen did go down. Now, is there a Scarfer here? Do we see a Scarf Blacephalon? No Scarf Blacephalon, so does Psychic Things knock this out? No chance. And Mew's gonna go down here. Didn't SD Lycanroc win there? Going Mew's a choke? Oh, we can go back. So we have the screens up. We Volt on the Hydreigon. And you're saying go Lycanroc here? Lycanroc on this turn, turn 24? Because you're taking 2 hazards, your Lycanroc's at half. I have to assume Draco's gonna kill from that range, right?
Behind the screen? I don't
After
think
Hydreigon Dracos?
Oh.
When? Oh, after the Lando goes down. So you're saying here you SD?
Yeah.
I feel like G-King eats.
Probably does.
I really feel like G-King eats. Because it's very likely to be Colberberry here. Maybe not very likely, but somewhat likely, right? It's possible. Crunch, Solrock, CC. Yeah.
It could be Shuka too.
It could be Shuka, but I don't know. We'll never know, right? Your Lycanroc would be so low. I guess there's no helmets to punish, right? I mean, here we see... I guess we actually don't see anything because the Slowking was chipped. So we never know if it actually lived or not. And now the Future Sight's gonna hit, yeah. And then Coco just cleans here. So
what,
interesting.
Did it even crunch? Because it went for Psychic Fang on the King.
No, it Accel rocked the G-King.
Oh, right. Never mind. But...
So we actually don't know if it's Colbur.
Or we...
Awesome.
And do we even know if it's crunch? Because, like, it didn't click it.
I mean, they said it's crunch in the chat.
Okay.
We out here revealing sets. Just to have some level of justice. I get it. Alright, next game. We have Hunter versus Meta. We see a Hydrapple. I remember this matchup being like, okay, how do you possibly beat a Terra Dragon Hydrapple here? How do you ever do it?
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know. I have no idea. I still don't know how you're supposed to stop it. You haven't watched this one yet? Alright, you and me both. No, I watched it live, I'm pretty sure, but I forgot most of it, so we'll get a fresh watch through.
I haven't watched it yet either.
Yeah, so versus Aloe teams, you're often going to see water absorb on the Arachnid, trying to block flip turns and stuff like that, which is pretty useful here, but also you can always just go Hydrapple on that and regenerate off any chip. Like, the great thing about Hydrapple versus this kind of team is you can always trade HP and regen it off. Like, it's really hard for Hunter to take favorable trades into Hydrapple, because, like, what actually trades favorably? Meowscarada, Triple Axle, that's it. You know what I mean? Everything else, you don't want to stay in and trade HP. It's, like, really impossible. And it gets so many free opportunities to come in. Treads, Aloe, Iron Hands, all of these guys invite Hydrapple in. Post-Terra, literally nothing wants to. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how Hunter manages. But it's actually Terra Ghost, so this guy didn't watch our pick'ems and didn't use the broken Hydrapple set that wins everything. To be fair, he has all Terra Fairies, so like he tried in the builder, but I think it still wouldn't have been enough. We'll see though. Iron Treads leads off into the Hydrapple, immediate Terra Ghost, so he wants to like spin block and nasty plot, which like fair enough, I guess. If you're bringing like webs, you want to spin block, okay, sure. But now Fickle Beam's only doing 44%, so Uxie's just gonna rock in its face. I mean, you go all out for the second one, so cool. But now, I assume this is Colberberry if it's Terra Ghost. But we don't stay in. Maybe fearing Specs KOing through the Colbur, which would be really bad, so we just go to Arachnid. Takes 36, it's like Spadef with boots, sure. You get your webs up, nice stuff. But now Gliscor's gonna come in on this Iron Hands, and you're gonna see Gliscor is actually kind of terrible. 39 and dies to Ice Punch. So I really like that from meta. Super swag. Now Hydrapple comes in, it's slower, and gets 2-hit KO'd by Thunder Punch. Now I have to assume there was a better way of handling this Iron Hands, right? Because this is getting way too much chip on everything. You see the eject button self-goob as well. Love to see it. And then Roselli Berry, does it matter? No. So it's still in range. Now Aloe comes in, it's a free flip turn, but actually doubles, predicting the water absorb on Arachnid. But, you know, meta goes Hydrapple, trying to get regen, and he's going to get it. Like, recovers up to full, and now the Dark Pulse is not going to KO through the Colbur, and you get to go for a Fickle Beam. Really interested why the Chi-Yu didn't Terra there. I feel like that was a crazy, crazy Fickle Beam. Right, because if it's Chi-Yu Terras, you just wasted your Colbur for nothing, right? But also, what are you supposed to switch into? I have no idea. Stack the Hitmon top. This time, though, Terra into Nasty Plot, and now it's an issue. Has to sack and then go Iron Valiant, which might not even KO from here. We don't know how bulky this Chi-Yu is. Hunter not willing to stay in, though. Maybe it's a roll. But here, it bluffs the Choppleberry potentially, forces out the Iron Valiant, and goes for a Volt Switch on the Hydrapple to get Chi-Yu in again. Terra Blast is going to be a guaranteed KO at that point. Now Iron Valiant comes in, and again, Hunter's just going to go switch out, this time into Aloe. Takes 48%, but not willing to stay in. Maybe it's a roll, maybe he's Life Orb stalling, but Close Combat comes out and actually knocks out the Treads, revealing no Choppleberry. Now Aloe comes in after regen, and you're able to flip turn, I guess. Cool. Now Jirachi comes in. Now Chi-Yu gets another opportunity to just click a button. But Meteor Beam Jirachi is actually faster than Chi-Yu and crits the Meteor Beam. I'm not sure if that mattered, because it is +1, base 120 power move, but Chi-Yu is pretty bulky, so I'm not actually sure.
I feel like it doesn't matter, but I'm not calcing.
Yeah, it might not, but again, I don't know how bulky the Chi-Yu is. If it's like max HP, which I know a lot of the Nasty Plot sets do like to run, I mean, maybe it might not have killed. I don't know. We're not going to know, but yeah.
Yeah.
Why did we sack the Hydrapple? I could not tell you. But now, Meowscarada actually reveals Sash. The turn 23 Sash coming in clutch, but actually doesn't KO the Jirachi. Because it's no item. And no Sucker Punch means that, you know, it's Aloe versus the world. But it has Aqua Jet. So there's no like psychic noise or anything, or like even just, you know, psychic chip. So this Aloe's actually full HP versus Life Orb Valiant and a Hitmontop at 29%. So here's the question, right? We see Flip Turn, we see Aqua Jet. Does it have Wish Protect? If it does, this game's over, right? You just Wish Protect till the cows come home, and you win the game.
The Hydra Apple would have been nice here.
Yeah. You see Brick Break does a nice 18, but we see Play Rough. So you see this, and you're thinking, maybe it's Healing Wish last. Like, Healing Wish last would make a lot of sense here, because you give your Chi Yu a second life, your Iron Hands a second life. Both of these are really, really nice Healing Wish targets, so maybe this doesn't have Wish. We're going to find out, though. We see a crit Brick Break, and we do have the Wish. And Wish is going to clinch the game, because, yeah, Play Rough, not going to KO the Hitmontop, but you can end up with your Aloe at full, basically. So you're going to Wish here, and then you're just going to Flip Turn. No problem here. Knock out the Hitmontop, and now Valiant comes in by Tret full, and Flip Turn into Aqua Jet into a Life Orb hit is a guaranteed win here. Goes for Play Rough anyways. Maybe you need the Play Rough chip, because actually that only did 30 is crazy. I would assume it did a little bit more, but okay, hits the Play Rough, and Aqua Jet finishes it off. Alright, so crazy endgame from Hunter. You know, finding a way with his Aloe. It looked like it should have been in meta's favor, especially after Jirachi went crazy in that endgame, but then Aloe just goes even crazier, so.
I think stacking the apple was the reason he lost. Like,
yeah, imagine an apple. Imagine an apple right now instead of bum-ass Hitmontop. But who's to say? Who's to say? What's the series so far? We see 1-0,
2-1, right?
1 or 2-0
or 3-1.
2-1 for PTE. 3-1 and 4-1, right?
Yeah, is it 4-1? Oh wow.
I think it's 4-1, right? The only one who won was wait, no. So this is PTE win. This is PTE win. This was DUI. Okay, yeah, so 4-1. Right, and now we have ID Cup versus Wagon Fruit. Now, ID Cup, he did have a really fantastic performance in DFL. He's a new pickup from mids, so really excited to see this guy in DPL. Whereas Wagon Fruit, this is a guy who I was also quite high on going into the season, and he's been going really nice so far. 3-0 going into this game. So yeah.
You could make an argument that he shouldn't be undefeated though.
I mean,
but
everyone's gonna have an asterisk at some point, right? It's inevitable with Pokemon.
I hate the way ID Cup's team looks. Like it looks terrible.
It does look ugly, right? It has some ugly mons in there. I think Glamoura's kind of ugly, and Amorous is for sure ugly. The other ones are like decent, right? Ceruledge is cool. So they say. Who's the 100-0 matchup? Was someone talking?
I think Panda said that like his team 100% win this game every time.
All right, bet.
So we'll find out if that's true.
Yeah. Oh, this is what we said to 100-0 to Wagon winning in the pick'ems? Why did we say that?
We're gonna lie and say we meant ID Cup was winning. So.
So, I guess why did we say that? I mean, Ting Lu is God here, first off. Rotom spin blocks the Tusk, which is great. Jirachi spin blocks the Glamoura easily. So, like, the hazard game should be completely dominant on the side of Wagon Fruit. The Torn is really hard to stop long term, right? It should just be Terra Ground AV or something like that. And then what do you even do, right?
Oh, right. I think we were saying it was so good because, like, Terra Ground Torn just, like, looks so good.
Yo, Terra Water Torn, though, they just don't watch the pick'ems.
That's crazy.
We literally prepped for them, and they said, no, we don't want that. No Torn switch. Our offense loses to their walls. They have the hazard advantage. They have the offense advantage, the defense advantage. Yeah. How does Wagon lose this? But anyways, Great Tusk. Okay, Terra types, right? Ghost on Ceruledge. Is it Steel on the Crown? I think those are the Terra mons, right?
It's like Enab Terra? I don't know.
I think it's these two. Crown, yeah. But then on the other side, it's going to be Water Torn, and that's it. So Tusk leads off.
I think Tentacruel was the Terra too, but like you never Terra that.
Yeah, immediately we're taking so much damage on our Tusk just for rocks when, you know, there's a spinner right there. And our spinner also beats the spin blocker, so... And then we knock off the Crown immediately, so this Torrent is actually putting in crazy work already. Goes for Focus Blast, misses. Yeah, so this is a completely dominant start from Wagon. Goes for a Volt Switch, that's very reasonable. Now Ceruledge comes in, and you don't want to knock off into weak armor weakness policy or anything like that. We see a Terra Ghost immediately, and Poltergeist does 30 to Ting Lu, so that's a lot of damage, guys. And now what? Spike goes up as Glamora comes in. We go Tentacruel, makes sense, as spikes go up, okay? And Spiky Shield on the knockoff. Could have been a Rapid Spin, but it goes for a knockoff, predicting the Ceruledge wanting to come in. But this time, you know, ID Cup actually calls it out. Now, it knocks off because he knows that it's not weakness policy because he calced versus Ting Lu, it's choice banded. But now, the spinner's dead. And 2 hazards are up. So, honestly, it's looking like ID Cup might be in the driver's seat sooner rather than later. Especially if you make a Balloon Glim into Ting Lu play like that. Really good stuff. Now, a Toxic on the Jirachi as well. Pretty nice stuff. Spiky Shield gonna, you know, stall some stuff out. I would have assumed that this Jirachi is rocks if the Ting Lu is not. Like, surely you bring rocks on something, right? Tentacruel demands no respect. You still get sacked. Yup. And we keep earthquaking into immunities. Like, that's not good. I don't know if you're aware. But now AV Torn's gonna come in, take Hazard Chip, but it is gonna be rewarded with a KO. Like the Iron Crown sack is gonna be it. Now Glamora comes in, but you do have Terra Blast. Not willing to go for it. Pretty interesting. Like at that point you do have to just take your trade, right? But instead we go Rotom. Okay, sure. Spiky Shield on Wisp. Makes sense. And now we Volt Switch. Predicting a switch that was never coming. And now what? Another layer up. So max layers from ID Cup. And what was a nice advantage early game is like very quickly dwindled away. Now Glamora is in range of Terra Blast, so at least Torrent is gonna, you know, get another KO as it deserves. I'm gonna U-turn on this Darkrai for sure. And now Darkrai is chipped. Is it gonna be in range of E-Speed if it's banded maybe? Oh, it's actually Scarf Dragonite, which is pretty cool. Does revenge the Darkrai, but now you're locked into Outrage into Enamorus, and it's just gonna knock you out with Moonblast. So now, can this Torn get it done? It's looking like it might, right? Ceruledge at half, Enamorus though. This is the major problem. And now what, we U-turn? Sack Rotom? No, we sack Jirachi? No, you can't do that. I don't know, man. I guess you can't really go Jirachi and get the chip that you need because the Enamorus is just gonna get sacked. You die to poison. I guess maybe it's fine. But Endure Enamorus. Interesting. Okay. Just goes for a Hex. Now, we are in a position where Torn might be able to sweep this endgame. We Volt Switch into Tusk just for good measure. Sure. A little bit more Toxic Chip. Now, can Torn 1v1 this? It's possible. Oh, but Shadow Sneak. Yeah, of course it has Shadow Sneak. That's going to be enough. Yeah, imagine if these hazards weren't all up, though. That's tough. Policy Darkrai would have been so raw. True. I want to see someone finish their build before pick'ems, but then completely scrap and build a team based on what you suggest in the pick'ems, and then blame it on you if they lose. I mean, they have the option to do that if they want to. Like, I can't stop them. Imagine if Tenta did its job. Yeah, everything wrong with society right here.
It tried.
It really did. It tried its best. But like, you get both turns wrong. Like you spin into the Ghost and then you stay in on like the Shadow Claw. kind of rough.
We gotta give credit to ID Cup. He played that
he played this really
well.
fantastic.
Yeah.
The opening was really rough, but he brought it back very, very swiftly and decisively. The Enamorous in particular got a lot of mileage. And, you know, I'm the guy that says Corrosion Glamora sucks ass, but here it does make sense, right? Into Jirachi Tentacruel, like, you're never going to keep a T-Spike up, and T-Spike only hits one Pokemon anyways, which is Ting Lu.
Yeah.
So here, it makes a lot of sense to be Toxic Corrosion. I will admit that. You think the Tentis should have been picked a few rounds earlier and it would have gotten a spin-off? Might need to take it round 2 next time. Yeah, just give it some self-respect, you know? Stroke its ego, get it round 2. I get it. Anyways, ID Cup wins that one, and that means the series is still alive. 4-2 for PTE, but potentially could tie it up. Now we have, who is this? 5B7D versus 64 Squares? Okay, Blitz. Yeah, Blitz always has stupid-ass nicknames, so I should have guessed that.
I mean, this isn't even one of the dumber ones. Like,
I know.
He's not on, like, Fartbald BGC or anything like that, so...
Yeah, true. But anyway, 64 Squares, my teammate in World Cup. Blitz, I don't think I've ever teamed with him, but I think he was on UK, right? Is he in the UK World Cup?
Blitz? Probably. Right.
I think that's where he was. Not actually 100% sure. Anyways, on UK, yes. Captain. Yeah, so they made finals in World Cup. So, two players that have had some, like, recent success. I know 64 Squares is currently, like, either undefeated or only one loss in seasonal, so he's been winning a lot there as well. And I think he was undefeated in World Cup as well, so yeah. Looking to continue the trend, whereas Blitz, yeah, he's been pretty good as well. So we'll see. All right, we see Meowscarada versus Zarude, so the Grass Darks. This time, though, there's a Tinkaton and a Zapdos to deal with the Meowscarada. So, like, one of the worst Meowscarada matchups that you could ask for is the Tinkaton. So there's a few options for Meowscarada. You could be, like, Banded Low Kick, which will do a lot to Tink, but also you're risking Static on the Zapdos, for example, and Low Kick, not the most useful move to lock into outside of that. But yeah, probably going to see a Banded Meowscarada if I had to guess. Or it's like going to be Boots Spikes kind of thing. But with a Donphin on the other side, probably not.
It could be protected pads because of the Zapdos.
Yeah, it could be pads. That's definitely a possible. I know versus Zapdos you often do want to run pads. Just for that triple axle, it's so likely to get static parried. But yeah, a few options for Meow. Torrent, there's again that Zapdos. This Zapdos is like a really scary thing. Probably will force a Terra Electric on the Torn, but honestly, Blitz is not too upset about that, as Terra Blast coverage is really strong versus this team. And yeah, so you're able to 1v1 the Gren a lot easier. And Electric's just a good defensive typing into this team, to be honest. Pretty sure we predicted that in the pick'ems. What else here? Threats on the other side? I mean, the Zarude, of course, you have to say that's a big threat. But Conkeldurr should be able to manage it somewhat, depending on Terra type. It could be Terra Fairy, and that would be really annoying to a lot of Blitz's team. The only thing that would really comfortably take knockoff plus Terra Blast coverage would be the Glamora. And that's obviously a finite resource. So, we'll see. I mean, the matchup's kind of up in the air. We do see the Electric Torn, and we see a Terra Dark Zarude. So trying to get a little bit extra power on the knockoffs. I mean, fair enough, but also that Conkeldurr just became a whole lot better into it, now that you know that it's Terra Dark. Alright, so Torn leads off. We see Zarude as well, so probably going to rip the Terras immediately on both sides. Yep, immediate U-turn, so a little bit of chip, and Conkeldurr is going to be the super safe switch in here, but 43%? Damn, that is strong. Ice punches the Zapdos switch though and gets staticked. So potential Guts activation, maybe you're okay with that. Glamora comes in, could see a hazard go up. Volt switch, does some decent damage. We see a Meteor Beam actually, so it's offensive Glamora, and it just straight up one hit KOs the Latios. Now that's kind of crazy, no? How do you one-shot Latios like that?
with a special move. That's
I know.
crazy.
Don't people get tired of spamming Terrazurd for the 100th time on their roster? I mean, people just use good mons, right? They want to win. Minus Spadef nature, so true. 100p influence, yep. Anyways, Gren's gonna come in to revenge this. I mean, where's the water resist, right? It's AV Torn? Question mark?
Yeah, which
But
is a good,
Specs Gren,
check.
Specs Gren gonna 2-hit KO that pretty comfortably as well. So Meow has to take that big hit or you sack something. And taking it on Meow probably makes sense, right? Flower Trick onto the Tinkaton, a little bit of chip, but now rocks are probably going to go up. As we probably just trade rocks here with a Lando. That being said, you could have just gone into Donphan and spin immediately. No real harm in doing so. But instead we're going to go Zarude, and we're going to be rewarded with a KO from knockoff, so can't say it was a bad play. Now Lando comes in, forces us out, can go for a U-turn, but Zapdos fishing for the static does get it again. But now Torn gonna get its regen. It's actually Boots, so not AV. That's why it took so much from Surf. But now a Taunt gonna come out on the Zapdos, but this is the turn that he goes for a Volt Switch. So unfortunate ordering of the turns. But the Zapdos is gonna remain low, and the Boots are gone. So if we're able to keep rocks up, this will be big, but the Donphan is gonna spin right now. I can guarantee it. Yep. The T-Spike and the rocks are down.
How did you know?
I mean, just look at the situation. Goes for an Ice Spinner and a full para. That's actually such a big full para because if those rocks go up, this game is looking so nice. Because the Zapdos is going to be under half HP. You can't spin into a helmet because you'll die to helmet and the spin won't go off. So that's a really impactful full para turn because now you can just trade and the rocks are guaranteed gone forever. So a really big win for 64 squares that turn. Now Zapdos comes in, is going to get taunted by the Torn, but you know, he already revealed it, so I'm not going to fall for that one. Just goes for a Volt Switch into Zarude. And is this like Banded Zarude? Because this is doing so much damage. 34 with no item. It has to be Banded, right? Regardless, you're going to fear the Mach Punch and switch into Tinkaton. We see an Ice Punch trying to read the Zapdos coming in on that predicted Mach Punch, but 64 squares, one step ahead, goes Tinkaton on the mid-ground, and now goes for Gigaton Hammer. Allows the Torn in, though. And Torn is the Pokemon that gets the most progress. So Heat Wave only does 36%, by the way. Kind of crazy. How does it do that little? You're not AV Tinkaton.
Shout out to J. Ricky for the Citrix Berry.
Yeah, of course, shout out to J. Ricky. Of course. Now, the boots are gone on the Torn, but you can just stay in and slug it out versus this Tinkaton. We see an Encore. Fair enough. We see a burn on the Tinkaton that shouldn't really matter. Heat Wave does a little bit to the Gren, but now Conkeldurr is going to have to be the sack. Yeah. No real water resist left. But you can revenge with the Meowscarada. Here's a question. Do you triple axle here? Now you go for a U-turn. I mean, with burn, it's going to knock out the Tinkaton, but you actually pickpocket the Scarf, which is probably a good thing. Honestly, you don't want to be choiced in this endgame. You're already faster than everything. So, not really going to mind that too much. Now, Zarude does come into the crown, but it's Scarf Crown. Faster than the Zarude, goes for a Focus Blast, knocks it out. And now Zapdos comes in, but Torn able to come in very comfortably on that and can just go for a Heat Wave. Does it not have Terra Blast? It doesn't have Terra Blast. It was actually kind of walled by Gren, kind of not. You're going to live the Surf, barely. Oh my god, high roll. But you get the U-turn off into Meowscarada, and now Zapdos is too low to come in on Flower Trick. Should just raw 2-hit KO, right? Yeah, 22%.
Yeah.
Flower Trick is just going to sweep. Now, do we see like a Specs Water Shuriken? Could that get the job done? No, because Crown is going to cover no matter what. So yeah, actually Blitz came back in this game. It was looking pretty rough for him earlier on. But yeah, the Scarf Crown was actually a really nice nice play there to get rid of the Zarude. Hits the Focus Blast when he needs to, and that's it. Alright, so the series is still alive, right? So it's now 4-3 for PTE. Can they close it out? Or will they complete like the quote-unquote reverse sweep, bringing it to a tie? Alright, DUI bringing it back? Yeah. 1 game off from
This
tying the
was a
series.
crazy game.
Yeah, this was the thumbnail and everything. No, actually, no, this wasn't the thumbnail. This was going to be the thumbnail, but then I changed it to another thing, but whatever. This is Glop versus 100p. 2 of the biggest names in Swiss Draft League, right? 2 of the best. And we're using this Coco Victini team, which is like... He's been playing well with it, honestly. Glop. So good to see. I love chubby girls, so true. Did Crit Heatwave change the result? I don't think so. Insert interesting name Glop has there. Yeah. I mean, on the other side we have Craig, 100p. Who did we predict to win this one? I don't remember, but it doesn't matter.
I think we predicted who actually won to win. I'm not going to fact check myself, though.
Of course we're right, of course.
Yeah, of course.
We've investigated ourselves and we found that we're actually correct. Always. Anyways, so one interesting thing about this matchup is that Craig basically gets to play with no rocks up because the only rocker is Swampert, and Starmie can spin on that thing forever. So if he decides to go for like a defensive Starmie, he can always guarantee no rocks, which is really good because you don't have to run boots on things like the Gyarados and the Zapdos, so you can run different items on those. Pretty cool stuff. The Garchomp's good outside of the Corv, which it could be Swords Dance, Fire Fang for. A pretty likely set into these teams. But anyways, I think we should just get into the game. It's already been an hour, and we're not even done with the first series. Alright, Swampert leads off. Garchomp in. We see immediate rocks. And Fire Blast immediately on the Corviknight. Does a lot of damage, but defogs the rocks away immediately. And triggers an eject pack, which is funny.
Yo.
Now Zapdos comes in, but Corviknight, Balls of Steel, stays into U-turn on the predicted switch. And now we get Victini in on Garchomp? Isn't this supposed to be the other way around? Either way, the Garchomp switches out into Zapdos, which is fully Spadef it looks like, with leftovers. Like we said, no boots. But Blue Flare is doing so much damage. I don't know, I guess you can Roost Stall it, but it is static, it's not pressure. Anyway, Zapdos up to full, Swampert in, and now Toxic. Okay, so they actually trade Toxics here. And now what? Swampert just goes for a flip turn, no rocks. Really fears the Starmie coming in to spin immediately. But now this time the Garchomp stays in on the Victini, just gets up rocks and dies. With the Corviknight at like 28 after rocks, I think just getting rocks and dying is probably fair. Now Nihilego comes in, goes for a sub, predicts a switch, and eases prediction. Now you can just go for a safe Psyshock into what I can only assume is AV Mienshao, trying to come in on maybe a Meteor Beam or a Sludge Wave.
And it's just gone.
It's just gone, yeah. Now we see a Wild Charge crit with a Scarf Coco. So because that Nihilego did get a speed boost, we know now that is Scarf Coco. I'm not sure if the crit mattered. Nihilego famously has no physical defense on him. But maybe it did.
I don't think I don't think so. Like, it took Coco and Terrain, and like Nihilego had like no bid death.
Who really knows? Not us. Yeah. Anyways, Swampert comes in, dodges a Hurricane, a little bit lucky. And now what? Now the Starmie is going to come in this time. See another flip turn, so predicts that. Now Coco gets to come in, and there's no electric resist. It's so free to just click Wild Charge here. But instead we Volt Switch on the Zapdos, which is fair enough. Now Hydreigon gets a free switch. And what's coming in? Probably the Grimmsnarl, right? On a nasty plot turn, that's pretty big. Nihilego surely was 6-0ing that squad, all you do. He had to go all in with Scarf Coco. Yeah, it did force some crazy prep. But Light Screen here on the Flash Cannon, so Grimmsnarl makes it out alive. And now gets the screen up. Can go Starmie on the next Flash Cannon and threatens the Dazzling Gleam here. Goes into Corviknight on this Dazzling Gleam. Does 14%, potentially a roll if it's like choiced, but we see a Meteor Beam. Just, Craig is addicted to Meteor Beam, I swear. Now Coco comes in, threatens this out. Goes for a U-turn this time because the light screen's up. Volt Switch is a little bit less valuable. And Zapdos does come in, and the light screen's gone. And now a T-Bolt, not going to do too much damage though. Volt Switch gets a crit on Victini, and now Starmie gets to come in and go for a Hydro Pump, but dodges. And you know it's going to be Hydro Pump because he didn't risk it versus the Corv. If it was Surf, he would have just clicked that and saved his Meteor Beam for later. But regardless, the Swampert has dodged a Hurricane and a Hydro Pump so far, so that's a little bit rough. And now hits that one, but it's going to be in range of the next one, but also misses. So this Swampert has like 252 evasion, which is honestly great prep from Glop. And now Victini gets to come in one more time. Now Grimmsnarl actually goes for a trick. This is a big deal because Victini outsped the other three and potentially could have just KO'd all three. Even behind a light screen, if the Grimmsnarl went for that, Zapdos could potentially go down to a blue flare depending on rolls. So yeah. This Trick Lagging Tail really saves the game for Craig here, but it's not over, right? This Scarf Coco is also a complete menace. We see a Waterfall with Gyarados, gets a Moxie boost, and now Coco does come in. But we're just going to sack Zapdos on a Volt Switch. Sure. Now Swampert's going to come in, and Gyarados is going to get another Waterfall with Moxie. So 2 KOs for Gyarados. But now it's Coco versus Gyarados. I think we all know how this one goes. But it's Endure, and he goes for a Wild Charge. And it's Salac Berry, and he dies to Recoil. How crazy was that?
That was crazy, yeah.
Now here's the question. Can it KO Hydreigon from this range? And it has Bounce. Does it connect? And it does. So kind of the craziest endgame I've seen so far this season. Gyarados managing to make it through a Scarf Coco in the endgame. Kind of crazy, right? Now, did he need to Wild Charge there? No, he could have volted twice, but...
He just saw the kill and just clicked the move that did more damage, like... I understand.
Does he win if he volts? Yep. I'm pretty sure he
does.
Yeah. Sacrifice the Hydreigon, yep. And I know that's going to bother Glop for at least the next week or so. Why didn't he Volt Switch? Yeah.
It's rough. Like, that was, like, the only item that could have, like, lost him the game. The only set.
Yeah, still bothering you? I know. It's going to keep doing it as well. I get why he clicked it, but, like, mine would have been on Volt always.
I feel like...
Yeah.
It's really easy to say that in hindsight.
It's
but
so
I
easy in hindsight, yeah.
I can like see like any of us being like, yo, I won, like you're hype as shit, you win the week for your team, and then like you just click your strongest move because like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So.
Like in Glop's mind, he just won, right? And if the Gyarados did have a tech for Wild Charge, he probably would have gone for it this turn, turn 28. Like if you had Endure, like Cuss Tap or something, maybe you go for it this turn. So like this turn he makes the right play in Volts. Didn't want to overcomplicate it, and I kill through Wakan. Yeah. Like there's at least some thought behind it, but yeah, Volt also beats Wakan, so whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean I get like why he did it. You know? Like,
it's easy to make.
Rough.
It's easy to make small mistakes that end up costing the game. Like I don't blame
and,
you.
99 out of 100 times, like that's not a mistake. You win anyway, you know.
Yeah.
So it sucks.
But anyways, they tie the series. Like, oh my god. How did they tie the series? That was crazy. So absolute cinema in that series, but yeah. Now, I do need to fix this replay on the dock real quick. Because someone put the link wrong. And I hate whoever did that.
Who are we blaming this week?
Probably Tails again, right?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
It's the easy play out. Anyways, close all these replays, and we'll get...
Yeah, the series was fun.
Yeah, we see a lot of the same color here. Where's game 3? Game 3. 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8. Alright. Slime season, yep. check edit history for that cell, it'll just say Tails, I already know.
Yeah.
It just sucks because if I volted, this game gets no attention. Because I choke and his set works, it gets a lot of attention. I mean, yeah.
I think it still would have gotten attention, like it would you versus Craig, like in a series deciding game, you know?
I mean, I choked a game as well earlier this season, so I really do understand how it feels.
Yeah,
Like,
but the
just
series
brain
was already
fart.
over, so nobody cares.
Yeah, that's true. This one was for the series, which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slime season. Yep. So here we have Toxic versus Dacted for game 1, and we see Eggy Longneck. Always love to see that guy. So funny in the team preview. He's just so tall.
I like how his like feet are like so much lower than everybody else's.
He's gotta fit on the screen, otherwise he'd be blocking half of Rillaboom. Series was over, but he wrote a whole diss track, so I don't know what's worse. Yeah, that was tough. I mean, diss track into 5-0 was like so raw, but then I choked my game, which was so not raw. We're so cooked.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're here now, week 4. Slime season versus what's the other team? Balio World Tour. Yeah. Glap, no such thing as overcomplication, only such thing as thinking poorly. Yeah. It could happen. I mean, we can move on from that, it's all good. Eggy is so nice, unlike Tinkaton blocking its teammate in preview. Yeah, that's actually so annoying with the new Tinkaton sprite. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, this is the matchup where in Pick'ems, we basically decided that Steelix is God, and there's nothing Dak can do about it.
I had Slime season winning 8-0 in Pick'ems, by the way. I want to point that out.
Why is Balio so bad in 5 words or less?
Peyton.
Diss track
We'll
into
Peyton.
give up. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like the motivation has dropped significantly for that team. But anyways, basically I think Steelix is so raw this matchup, and like the only thing that really stops it is the Blastoise, which you have so much for Blastoise on this team. You have Latios, you have Rillaboom, you have Azu, you have even Mew can like hard 1v1 that. It's 3:30 a.m. here. Just want to hear shoutouts to Jay Ricky for sleeping.
We gave
I mean,
2 last series.
Yeah, we had some Jay Ricky citrus berries last series, but yeah, if you need to go to bed, no problem, man. Thanks for hanging out so far. Worst game of the week? I don't remember how this game went. We'll see.
It
We'll
wasn't
see.
great.
They didn't draft a Keldeo, so true. Anyways, Coco leads off into the Rillaboom, and from the terrain we know immediately this is Scarf Rillaboom. So we just see a knockoff into the Melmetal, gets rid of the Rocky Helmet, which, fair enough, right? Rocky Helmet into Weavile, Azu, Steelix, or like Rillaboom as well. Makes a lot of sense. Ice Beam here into the Mew, and spikes are going up. And here we see a yawn into Electric Terrain. It can happen. It can happen to anyone, really. And we see a Toxic on the Blastoise. So do we see no spin? Not too sure. Regardless, the spikes are going up. Do you low-key get all 3 layers here? No, we just U-turn out into the Steelix, which is going to take some damage from this, but it's Rocky Helmet. And now Eggy comes in. Frisks the Rocky Helmet. Big big stuff there. But rocks go up, and now Leaf Storm comes out. Is this a Jetpack? It is. So a little bit of momentum. Keeps the Mew low. Pretty nice stuff. Now Coco gets to come in. And do we see Licks come in? Oh, we just see Mew stay in and get Choice Banded U-turned on. Very epic stuff. Now Azu comes in on Sylveon and gets exploded on. Alright. So big progress being made, but there's still all those layers up. And we frisk a Choice Band on Azu, but the Eggy is faster, so it has quite a lot of speed investment. Now Weavile comes in. The Rocky Helmet from Melmetal is already gone, so no real downside of clicking Triple Axle here, but instead he goes for a Sword Stance, calls the switch out, and now low kicks the Melmetal. Blastoise has to come in, but unless this is Body Press, can't really do anything. Gets a crit knockoff, so we'll never know. It's actually Expert Belt Blastoise, so that's new, right? But Rhyperior comes in. This already revealed low kick. Should knock it out from here. No Choppleberry. Yeah. Rocky Helmet Rhyperior as well. And it looks
At
like
least,
Weavile
like,
just gonna win.
Eggy killed a mon and a half, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that was cool. Want to talk about your chat on turn 10? What did I say on turn 10? We'll go back to it.
Boom.
What can I say? I like to shake it. So Toxic comes out with a win there, but yeah. So goes up 1-0 in the series.
Like, performance.
We got a subscription from Rin through the thing. I didn't know it still did notifications for subs, but yeah.
Huge.
I guess it's like some people have it so it doesn't share publicly, but I guess I don't know how it works. I haven't had one of those in a long time. But yeah, appreciate that. E-Belt's toys, what the fuck? Yeah, see why that game was bad to watch. That 3K Pyonox I see on my screen? Yeah, the greatest 3K of all time. Yeah. This versus Tidal. So, Tidal up-and-coming player. Pyonox, very much a veteran of the sport. So, new versus old, we'll see what comes out on top. We see a Mega Mawile, which is super cool. And into no fairy resist, by the way. God damn. Subongi chat, I'm screaming immediately after stream. This is so tough.
That's crazy.
This Mawile does look like it should claim at least 2 kills, though, this game. So we'll see how that goes. Exploud leads off into the Zapdos. We see a Thunderbolt crit, which is going to matter, kind of. Does that matter?
Not really.
It would have done, like, just under half, I think. So it would have avoided a 2-hit KO, but now you have to switch. So yeah, that did matter. Unlucky. But Weavile can come in on the next T-Bolt. And now Mawile's the switch into Weavile, which, fair enough, right? You get your play rough opportunity here. Now Zapdos is going to come in, though. Is it Fizdef? It is Fizdef, Rocky Helmet, but it does get crit. So a little bit unlucky for Tidal in this early game, but gets out alive, right? And the Mawile's chipped, which is like the biggest threat to your team. So honestly,
I think the Weavile was banded.
Doesn't
25% seemed like a lot.
Yeah, but it's also a base Mawile at that point, so hard to say. It could actually be that frail. You'll see Defog Zapdos, but these rocks are going right back up, and the Zapdos can't really stay in. Yeah, Whimsicott comes in, but now you go Roselia, and no progress has been made. Now you can even spike up, right? If Zapdos wants to come in, you can just Sludge Bomb trade, and with the poison, it's going to be reasonable. Oh, it's actually Wikiberry Exploud. Interesting. But here a Spike is going up, or you just synth this off. Yeah, you Synthesis, and you remain at full HP. So Exploud does go down. Yeah. No real progress made, unfortunately. Now Gallade gets to come in, and Roselia is kind of forced out, but maybe not if your Pyronox just stays in and Sludge Bombs for some chip. And now we go Zapdos on the Stone Edge, so at least Tidal calls that one out. Doesn't risk a static. But now Azelf comes in, fires off a Z Twinkle Tackle, so Z Dazzling Gleam here. And like no Fairy Resist, that was going to get a KO no matter what. Now Weavile comes in. Yeah. Is it Pursuit? It is Pursuit. Not sure that crit mattered. I'm pretty sure it just dies. Azelf is so
I think
frail.
it's banded, so it probably didn't matter.
If it's banded, for sure, yeah. And it does seem to be banded, actually, yeah. Dodges the Stone Edge. Oh, that's rough. Does it matter? Discharge, do we see a para? No para, so saved by the bell. And Stone Edge, the next one is going to connect. And now what? Garchomp comes in. But we see Reflect on the Earthquake into proc weakness policy? Yup. So now we have a +2 Terrakion, which will one-shot the Garchomp with CC. Really great prep from Pyro there. That was awesome to watch. Now Weavile comes in, has to lock into Ice Shard, which is going to allow the Mawile to come in, force a KO. And I think Mawile just wins, right? Knock this off. Now Whimsicott comes in. You just click Play Rough. Life Orb crit HP Fire is actually going to get there, but Roselia, no problem. Sludge Bomb this. 27.
Yeah, I don't like. Maybe like Hurricane Confusion could have done it, but alas.
No shout out
wasn't
for weakness
hard.
policy? Yeah, if we were to shout out someone for weakness policy, who would it be?
TGJ, I think.
Yeah,
like,
it would actually be TDG for sure. Reflect was so cool. Yeah, that was a great Terrakion set.
Mm-hmm.
That was really awesome. Because like
I'm
all
pretty
their
sure he might have.
all their
I think
adventures are
TGG
physical.
might have been the one to help with this team anyway, so it could have been him.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Pyonox for Hopeless, yep.
No, I thought that was like the most impactful trade. Like I thought that was really good for slime season. They had like an amazing mids. I think I think they had the best of any team.
This one has the wrong replay linked. Let me fix that real quick.
Come on, Tails. God.
Hey, at least we're catching them, right?
Yeah.
Alright, here we have Kaif versus Auga. Kind of crazy, right?
I think this game was like a sub into another sub type situation.
Oh yeah, like
something like that.
Yeah. I remember something about that. Like both players subbed out, right?
Yeah.
It was something like that. But anyways, nice Kaif game. Yep. Alright, so we see an enamorous mirror, which is cool. Let's see. What do we want to say about this? Tentacruel, but versus like Dusknor is gonna spin block. Shoutouts. Like you can really bring any ghost and spin block a Tentacruel. It's so easy.
Sources are telling me that like the Dusknor goes off this game, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Just a spoiler alert.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
They did like a last minute sub. I don't know what happened to her.
I don't know either. Yeah, it might be a round 1 pick soon enough. Yeah. Shout out to round 1 Tentacruel. If someone really wants to troll. But anyways, let's just get into the game. We see a Terra Steel on Auga's side, and a Terra Ground on the Lando, I assume. Because he has Stellar on the other 4. But maybe that's too expensive, right? Surely that's over 28 points, so it's probably just the Enamorous and something on the bench. Whatever. It's going to be the Enamorous Terraing. On the other side, it's just going to be Terra Fairy for Kaif's side. And the other one, I don't know. Whatever. Dusknor probably. Terra Rock. Cool.
I would think that like it would be ground based off the team I see Auga
yeah,
having.
for sure.
Like, so.
Like, you're trying to force Fairy into a Tentacruel Metagross. It feels like you're probably better served by just being ground and also boosting your Earth Power into Gouging Fire. Right? But, right, they decide on Fairy. Fair enough. Whatever. Alright, Enam Steel leads off into Tinglu and immediately Terras for, like, to cover, like, a Heavy Slam.
Heavy Slam, yeah.
Yeah. But Superpower does not 2-hit KO, even with a crit. So, this spike is going up. Alright. Fair enough, right? Is Terra Enam that broken? Whenever I see Terra Enam, it's just Scarf Bot with Terra Stellar, etc. I mean, some of them are good. Scarf Terra Stellar. I don't think that's the most common set in these like tournaments. Usually you see like Specs Terra Fairy, or you know, set up defensive steel like this contrary one. You see like Assault Vest defensive steel contrary superpower a lot because you know you boost your physical.
I think this is Assault Vest, by the way.
Yeah, like, it's a pretty common set.
It is.
It makes sense here, yeah. But like taking 3 helmets is so rough because now you're in range of Banded Knock, right? Yeah. So at least we know it's Banded Masquerade. We actually reveal Red Card. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, what
is that for?
What was that about?
I don't know. I really couldn't tell you.
I forgot about that.
Regardless, Lando's gonna take so much damage from that Banded Knock, but Earth Power is gonna pick up the KO in return. So really big chip from these two. Like you're down in Mons technically, but Dusknor takes that right back with a Shadow Sneak, and Darkrai comes in. Are we Colberberry? Oh, wait, we're just raw AV max Spadef. Why did that do 45? Oh my god. There's no way that's like legal, right? This is a Darkrai.
That was Specs Darkrai, by the way.
No, it was not.
I know, I'm making that up.
Me when I lie.
My favorite thing to do.
I know. So it looks like Sneak is not quite enough. Wait, that's doing 30 to Enam? Maybe it is Specs. What?
Oh, did I not lie?
How is that possible? How can you do 45 to Dusknoir but do 31 to Enam? That makes no sense, right?
Crazy.
We need some like math guy to get on that ASAP. How is that possible? Regardless, it's dead now. Scarf Darkrai, maybe Modest? I don't know. Balloon, Tentacruel, sure, gets T-Spikes up, but Dusknoir in before the T-Spikes, and I don't know if he's switching out, folks. I don't know if he's switching out. Goes for a Poltergeist on the Gouging Fire. It's revealed to be Scarf Gouging Fire. So actually go for 2 Shadow Sneaks, which is the correct play here. Just in case you get crit, you still get damage off, and it's always a 2-hit KO. Now Metagross comes in.
For Dusknoir.
Yeah. Goes down to the Heavy Slam, but it truly did its job there. And we see Boots on the Blastoise, you know, ignoring the T-Spikes. Now Iron Defense Metagross could potentially get it done. We see a Rest here. A Rest would probably just win the game here with like a Chesto Berry, but no such luck. Now Bax is going to come in, and you have to assume at 13%, even if you're +2 defense, yeah. Bax is going to get the job done with Earthquake. Now Tentacruel comes in, but I don't think Tentacruel has it in him. See, Icicle Crash and a Flinch. Ah, so unlucky. Really cost the game there. Oh my god, it won. No, it did not. I was doing 28 to this Bax and then dying next turn anyways, trust.
Yeah, but Big Dusknoir getting 2 kills and doing 70 to whatchamacallit Darkrai.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yo, Loki, actually, if you spin into Poison Chip into like a Sludge Bomb, maybe it could have done it, Loki. But whatever. Kive comes out with the win. That was max AV and no bulk Enam. Yeah, kind of crazy. Anyways, now we have Professor Chipboard versus AM22. Now I remember this matchup, we were looking at it, it's like so in AM22's favor, but also that was taking into account a Heatran that he did not bring. So this Serp all of a sudden is looking pretty scary, right? Was not max, it was 252 Adamant? No way. That can't be true. Anyways, this matchup here
makes me want to roar.
It makes me want to roar is crazy. My favorite game. Yeah, the prep from AM22 is actually super sick this game. You're gonna see. Alright. Yeah, well, it's better to just show it. So Serp leads off into Scolipede. We know this can be Glare just from the matchup, and Spike goes up. Now, can we get like a T-Spike or something? That would be a pretty big deal. But no, it just gets parried, and now HP Rock is something that you want to cover for. We just don't cover for it. I mean, what else are you supposed to go to, right? Togekiss does come in, and goes for what? A double switch to Mew. So trying to draw an HP Rock into Mew. It'll make sense later, but we see a Toxic on the switch to Donphan as rocks go up, which is pretty big. Now Serp comes in, is roared out, so it takes 2 hazards and gets forced into Uxie. Pretty nice stuff. But Toxic is racking up on this Donphan, so we see rocks go up as Togekiss wants to come in. And now what? Entei comes in on the Togekiss. With Reflect Up, we see a Heal Bell. Alright. Heal Bell as expected, right? This Chipboard team is so reliant on like a status to do a lot of its heavy lifting. Anyways, we see Calm Mind Leftovers into the Jellicent. Will the sub live a Scald? You have to assume it's EV'd for it. Yep. Oh, you know what? I forgot to share my screen to Dougal, so I've been casting this whole time, and he's
yeah, no, I'm like
along.
on like a 10-second delay or something.
Yeah, you should have said something. My bad. I was like, you're being so quiet this stream.
I know, you're like, I'm so behind though.
Oh my god. My bad. But anyways, Entei gonna take the Scald with the sub. So forced out, we see a Snarl.
Snarl.
But now red card Mew procs. So it's actually red card plus hazard stack, and you're gonna see it gets even crazier. We see a Roost here as Klefki comes in, but now a light screen comes up. We just go for a U-turn into Donphan. And Donphan is putting in a lot of pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
Can just go for a spin as well, clear the rocks.
Orat's Donphan is actually good. Anything besides that is like bad. It gets more than 2 turns every game.
Oh, Donphan has a generational performance this game. Count the turns, by the way. Count the turns. What are we at right now? We're already at 1, 2, 3, 4. Or no, is
another red card.
Oh, another red card,
red card for the SERP. Like, I think that's like really good prep hazard stack for the SERP with the red cards. It's pretty good prep.
Alright, we see Dragon Dance Altaria, and Donphan comes in, but it does have Roar, and it looks to be max Fizdef, because that does 28%. Goddamn. Klefki forced in. Surely it's a world record? Yeah, probably. Now Uxie comes in. Do we go for aggro Roar? We do. And get the SERP forced in, which is not what you wanted to see. But maybe not the end of the world, right? You have Mew here, which can take 2 Leaf Storms, barely. Reflect does go down, so you're threatening a U-turn here to knock out the SERP. Another Leaf Storm does land a little bit to the left, but the Mew would have lived, but it would have been really low. Regardless, I think he probably found an opportunity to heal it versus the...
To be fair, like, Kip did get the full para on the Scolipede, like, earlier, so, like
call it even.
Would have happened. Yeah.
We see a Toxic on the Donphan as another Roar comes out. Now Klefki in. We could see another Roar, or you could go Mew here. Or you could go Togekiss. All of them are fine, right?
You want to get the heal bell off, so yeah, makes sense.
This Donphan being healthy is such a priority for AM22. He doesn't want to stay in and take extra poison damage if he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Because now the Donphan comes in on the Dragon Dance, it's going to get leftovers. Like, this sequence, sure, Chipboard is getting some progress, but 26, you're only getting a net 14% out of this sequence. And AM22 is getting Hazard Chip, Hazard Chip, Hazard Chip, Hazard Chip. KO's the Klefki here in exchange for a Toxic, which will be heal belled shortly. Lando T comes in. I mean, what can come in on Lando T? The Jellicent can, probably Fizdef. But the Grass Knot, very interesting, is able to threaten it to a KO, depends on rolls, but now Mew gets to come in on a Rock Polish. And, yeah, there's a reason why people tend to run physical Landorus all the time. And, yeah.
Yeah.
So now another Roar. So Mew reveals Roar as well. So this is just Roar red card Mew, red card Togekiss, Roar Donphan with Spike Stack. Yeah.
And then you also have the heal bell support.
Yeah, and you're going to see something else this turn. Pretty sure it's this turn. Or no, it's a different turn. So we see... No, it is this turn. Another heal bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so multiple heal bells, multiple roars, so much phasing. And honestly, it's working out, you know?
No, this was great prep by AIM, for sure.
Yeah, really smart stuff. And you can just roost on Uxie, because if you get Toxic, you can just heal bell. And this Uxie is poison. It's gonna go down eventually. Free heal bell. And you don't lose anything, right? Your Mew is always gonna be healthy enough. Entei is actually just sacked to hazards here. I'm not really too sure why. Probably just aiming to go for last mon Altaria sweep. Because with Roar being your main, you know, stopping power for Altaria, when it's last mon, it's pretty scary, right? So he's probably just trying to sack mons to accelerate that progress. Gets off a free roost here because there's nothing Mew can do to hurt it. So free roost there, pretty safe stuff. Now Uxie comes in. Probably just gonna sack it, yeah. Now I have to assume the Lando's gonna get sacked right now to this Lopunny. I mean, it's not gonna get sacked to the Lopunny, but something else is gonna come in. I think what Chipboard wants to happen is the Mew to be in. And that's the setup fodder for your Altaria. So the Donphan does go down to Earth Power. But AM22 does not want to allow that Mew setup fodder to happen, so fake out into return, and now the Altaria has to set up in front of a Lopunny, which is a lot scarier than setting up in front of a mono U-turn Mew. So good positioning, and he just gets a crit return.
It was quick attacks, so I don't think it mattered.
So in terms of like the actual sets, it was revealed in the chat actually with the show set command that this is adamant return into quick attack, which versus the Altaria spread that Chipboard did have is a near guaranteed to a KO. I say near guaranteed, it's not guaranteed, but it's really close. So if he doesn't KO with return into quick attack, it could get dicey, but also, I mean,
yeah,
you always have the option to like sack into fake out quick attack, which will do a lot of damage as well. So the Altaria has to be careful with how much HP it has. It's not game over, but it's like, yeah, you know what I mean. Kind of crazy. Peep shoutout talks for the build. Shoutout talks. All right. That was actually like a pretty dominant game by AIM though. Like I felt like he definitely played in prep the best. Oh yeah, that was really sick to see. I remember watching this. It was like, as the red cards kept getting revealed in the roars and the heal bells, it's like, wow, this guy really just prepped one set on 4 different mons. Hey, if it ain't broke, bring 3 of them. Yeah. Anyways, now we have Nerf versus Hacker. Currently, the series is 4-0 for Slime season, so Hacker really needs to win this one to keep his team in the series. And if Bolio loses another game, like they're out of playoff contention too. Are they really? Yeah, already they can't make playoffs. Yep. Oh my god. If they lose, if they lost this series, which like spoiler alert, it's like 4-0 right now. Like they're out of playoff contention. So. I mean, mathematically, that seems hard to believe, but like realistically, I think that's probably correct. I think they are mathematically out. Like, there's no way. I think, like, there's 3 more weeks. Like they have 1 point. Like, and okay. I think you need to get like 8 to, like, if not like 8 might not even be enough. Not necessarily. Maybe we could look at previous season to see like what the actual benchmark is. In fact, I'll bring it up just to check. But while that's loading, I don't know. Sage said to me like yesterday that they were out, so I don't know. I'm just going off of what she said. All right, but anyways, this matchup here, you see Hacker, who's had a pretty good season so far, and then Nerf. I actually don't remember how he's doing going into this game. He beat Zazo last week, like pretty dominantly. Yeah, with the Mega Gira, right? I think he's 2-1. I want to say, and so is Hacker. All right, so a good matchup here. Let's see. I think we said that Nerf was favored here in the pick'ems. I thought we said Hacker was. Did we say Hacker? But I picked. I don't know. I picked Slime season to win 8-0. So. Okay, yeah, fair enough. What can I say? I think we said the Gyarados is pretty scary, and like it forces Scarf Cart, but Scarf Cart is really horrible into Crobat Steela, for example. So you're either going to be weak to +1 Gyara, or you're going to have a bad cart set versus the rest of the team. And then, like, this is the worst Mega B matchup of all time. Like, Crobat, Steela, and Nidoking. Like, it's pretty rough. Even, like, Gyara with Intimidate, like, yeah, isn't great. Yeah, Heatran has to deal with Latios. Like, there's a lot of defensive answers for Hacker's threats. In theory, if they win out, they can make it with 7 points. Yeah. Yo, why is this still not loaded? Hello? Yeah. Internet? Stream on? I don't know. We were doing like the math for like ourselves. Like we could win out and still not make playoffs. We would have 8 points. Okay, here it is. Whatever. Oh yeah, playoffs were 8 points last season. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. But anyways. Yeah, that's not a guarantee it'll be 8 this season as well. Let's get into the game though. Mod chat sets. I hate these guys. I can't like yap in the chat when the game's live. Rocks up turn 1 is really nice for Hacker. Gyarados does get a free turn here. Goes for an Earthquake into Comfy. but able to stomach that pretty nicely. This is an opportunity for Nidoking to come in, but actually Hacker makes a really nice double there into the Lando. Unfortunately, though, Nidoking often runs Shuka Ice Beam in these Lando matchups, so we'll see if he is that set or not. Looks like he's not that set. Just going to go hard Clefable. Goes for Protect, actually scouts that, but then gets sniped by a Scarf Clef. So that was crazy. So it's probably Scarf Trick, right, to neuter the Heatran. I have to assume that's going to be the case. Regardless, snipes the Lando, and that's kind of crazy. Okay, Cinerath, I get it. Rotom comes in. It's a free Volt Switch, right, because no one goes Nidoking there. Free Momentum into Latios with Rocks up. Now, Beedrill gets a U-turn, unless it's Scarf Latios. Like, this is crazy to risk, no?
Yeah.
What if it's just Scarf Lati? Oh my god, that's actually
Would
insane.
you really be Scarf into like Heat? No, actually, maybe for Cart.
You totally could be Scarf, here's the thing.
Yeah, Scarf's hidden power fire. It's good against the offense.
No, that's a crazy B.
Yeah.
That's insane. But anyways, it works out. Pursuit's on the switch out, so he gets the play right. Crobat comes in, Super Fangs the Heatran, and now what? Lottie is sacked to Rocks. I mean, now what? The Gear is going to come in? The Comfy's already weakened. No, Nidoking comes in instead. Probably wants to get the Rocks up. Yeah, Rocks do go up. Now Beedrill comes in and is walled by Nidoking. Like, either that or he predicted a switch out on Drill Run, but like, I don't know. It's probably knockoff on the B. Now Clef comes in on the sack versus Kartana. And now you get a free switch into Crobat? I don't know, if this is Scarf, you're just gonna die. Yeah, I didn't like that. So
I don't know why we
now we
wouldn't
know.
go into LA. Oh,
Well, now we know it's Scarf
Bear.
Kartana, so potentially he's trying to get 2 DDs. Can you DD what?
Flame. Yeah.
Okay, wrap this one up. Why did we Flamethrower? That just did not make sense. I'm sorry.
It looks like it's not DD.
Earthquake, Waterfall, Flamethrower. I mean, you don't need any other coverage moves. It's probably DD last. But then just wasn't willing to risk it in front of Comfy.
I think you had to click it there twice. Like, that was the only way to win.
He probably thought that Draining Kiss into Draining Kiss would get it out of range of +1, which it will. So he just went for the 2 hits raw, which I think is probably correct from that position. But also, like, I don't know.
No, I mean, the term he clicked Flame, though.
That
like,
should have been a DD 100%, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not going to DD, then at least, like, click Waterfall. He's not staying in, you know?
Mm-hmm. We go hard Selly to prevent a Beast Boost. It is Z Selly, but I don't think that was worth it, right? You're taking extra chip for no reason. You could have sacked and then gone Selly on the locked knockoff. It would have been fine. I mean, you live the next one anyway, so I guess it's okay. But Scarf Cart is going to outspeed, and even the Rotom doesn't die, so... Looks like AV Rotom. Able to take that on. AV makes sense into Nidoking, Celesteela. I get it. And then Kartana just able to Leaf Blade sweep this one. So Hacker played this one really well, but I think Nerf definitely left some stuff on the table. There's definitely some plays that could have been made that I think would have swung the tide quite significantly. But anyways, Hacker keeps his team alive in the series. Now we have Rob Jr. versus PZZ. Right, pretty big matchup, right? I like both these players, my goats. What do we have here? This is a good Feeny matchup. Like, Calm Mind Feeny looks really, really tough. The only thing that really handles it is, like, Gunk Shot Cinderace. Everything else just kind of loses 1v1. I'm thinking, like, Calm Mind Draining Kiss Surf. And then just kind of just wins. Nihilego going to do a lot of damage, but you have an entire Jirachi. So you're never worried about Nihilego. I don't know. It looks really in Rob Jr.'s favor, this matchup. Or,
Rob Jr.
No,
the GOAT.
I meant PZZ because of this Feeny. But yeah, Rob Jr. is the GOAT, so he'll find a way. Actually, in the pick'ems, I just remember this now. The Aegislash is like the big threat because there's no Ghost Resist on the roster. So SD Aegislash is like such a massive threat. I think we did actually pick Rob in the pick'ems, but
I know I picked Rob.
yeah. Looking at the matchup though, the Feeny plus Jirachi combo does look really, really nice. So maybe it's not like a guaranteed win either way, but yeah, we'll see. Pikachu pricey price. That's crazy. You see Screens Grimmsnarl, and it's a sub Zapdos with leftovers at lead, so no boots. We actually just hard switch out on the Slowbro turn. Not really sure what the point is there. I guess you're calling the Lando, trying to prevent rocks going up. Yeah, a lot of switches going on in this early game. A lot of switches, and we see even more switches, resulting in Lando versus and rocks are going up. Yeah. We see a Scarf Golurk doing big chip to the Lando, but it does live, and Earthquake does a lot of damage. We know it's locked into Ice Punch, so could go Cinderace, could go Slowbro. Goes Zapdos to cover the Slowbro, gets that right. But yeah, no boots means you're gonna be forced to roost to stay healthy. Otherwise, you would have been able to just go for a discharge on the switch. Either way, we see a taunt come out, so same difference. Fishing for paras here seems pretty reasonable. Slowbro does come in on Zapdos, and it's eject button. Okay, sure. We're just gonna sub on the Aegislash SD. Fair enough. And then now probably just discharge until the form is forced. I mean, this Aegislash is gonna get pretty big. Probably +6. No, just content with +4. Goes for a Shadow Claw. Doesn't want to waste all the screen turns. So now you can just kind of sub to stall the screen turns, yeah? Fish for para chances. Pretty reasonable from PZZ. Like, this is good odds. Oh, but the Shadow Snake actually just knocks it out from that range. So no such luck from PZZ. Now Kyurem comes in. It is boots. We're going to see a stance change here when the King Shield and Earth Power comes out. But this Kyurem is going to reveal Substitute. So forces the form change at the cost of 25%. But now that Rob knows that sub is there, it's a 50-50 and it gets in his head. So he tries to attack predicting a sub. Doesn't work out. Now Freeze Dry only does 27 to Grimmsnarl, and Spirit Break does a lot of damage. And here the light screen goes up, and here this is a great play.
Freeze Dry doesn't kill.
Yeah.
A taunt to block the roost.
Taunt on the roost was like potentially game-winning play there, because this Kyurem is such a massive threat in this end game. Like Aegislash was the quote-unquote counter to it, but it just beat the Aegislash raw. So really hard to see how this Kyurem is getting stopped. If it does get that roost off, it's only Nilego, and like we said, this Jirachi is just going to stonewall it. So I don't know. Big threat prevented from that taunt turn. Really nice from Rob. Now Golurk is going to get sacked as Bulk Up gets clicked. This was kind of crazy, right? Because if the the Earth Power goes off, the Cinderace is pretty weak, but Light Screen is up, so it's probably fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pretty dangerous Bulk Up there. But yeah, now Feeny comes in.
I guess you keep the Kyurem because it can heal up on the Burrow.
We're trying to stall light screen turns here, but
the
a second bulk up. Yeah,
that's my goat.
So the screens are gone now, but your +2 is it Scarfini? Scarfini would be the set to save this endgame, but like we said, it's probably
wouldn't
Calm
even
Mind.
kill though at that point.
Hydro Pump probably gets you there, but Surf maybe not.
Okay, yeah.
It's just an absolute Cinderace goob.
Jr.
Yep, shout out to Cinderace.
This has been Rob's best DPL like yet, for sure.
Is it? Because like he had a season where he went 6-1.
Did he?
Like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that he did. Because he's like 3-1 right now, but he should really be 4-0.
Yeah. Regardless, yeah, he's been performing really great this DPL. Good to see it. That's my goat. Always rooting for him.
Has he played Sword Shield before?
I'm sure he has. He's played a bunch of different tiers.
I don't remember seeing him play it in DPL, but he's been so good. Yeah, Rob lost to Jay Skurf week 1.
Yeah, that was pretty hacksy
pretty
though.
bad.
Yeah. I love Rob Jr. Me too, bruh. Me too. Alright. Now we have a Keldeo, so we know who we're rooting for immediately. Keldeo does look really nice here, to be fair. But on the other side, it is Raging Bolt, Terrapagos. Like, you don't see that combination ever. Like, those are both pretty much round 1 Pokemon at this point. Pretty rare to get both of them. But a Terrapagos was dropped at mids, so they made it happen. I don't know why we're ever dropping Terrap. Like, how
I wanted that so bad.
How do you ever justify dropping Terrap? I'll never understand. That Pokemon fits on every single team ever. But
it's
whatever.
Literally the best, like, safety button in the game, I feel.
Like, nothing is the same... nothing is a better Gloomon than Terrapagos.
Yeah.
Maybe G-King, you could argue, like, specifically in that glue role. But Terrapagos just, like, is a everything check. Like, you could do anything with that Pokemon any given week. But anyways, I digress. We have this, like, Torn, Tinglu, Gouging Fire type thing with the Brammelghast. We've seen this one so many times before. This time does have a Keldeo on there instead of, like, a Quaquaval. Like, it's a very standard-ish build. But yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if this is able to defeat the Terrap Sneasler combo. Because you will often see like a Terra Ghost versus that combo, but one is going to break for the other type beat, you know what I mean? It's hard to check both of them at the same time. Let's get into the game. We do see a Terra Ghost Torn, like we were saying, great Terra type into these Terrap Sneasler teams. And then on the other side, it's going to be Terra Water on the Raging Bolt. Alright, let's get into it.
Water makes sense into like Ting, Gouging Fire. Yeah.
It also like covers for a potential Terra Ground Torn, trying to wall like a Raging Bolt. Yeah, it gives you a nice middle ground as well between Tikaton, Tinglu. You always have a button to click. Alright, but Light Screen, Citrus Berry, shout out J Ricky. Bronzong is going to come in on that and probably just get rocks up, right? Tinglu comes in to trade hazards, but a Hypnosis misses the Tinglu. That could have been pretty big, but such as Hypnosis, you're going to miss. And there's the second one. Not everyone can be Kaif. Not everyone. Finally hits the third Hypnosis, and we're probably going to see rocks go up the next turn. And we do see rocks. So the Tinglu is asleep with no turns burnt. Now Keldeo comes in, doesn't quite KO with Specs Secret Sword, and Psychic Noise is going to chip it pretty reasonably. That chip is going to be really impactful, I think, because Keldeo just went from being able to take a hit from like 4 different Mons to now not being able to take a hit from any of them, besides maybe Samurott. Raging Bolt comes in, forces it out into the Tinkaton. Probably predicting like a Thunderclap ideally, but Discharge going to be pretty reasonable here. Goes for a Play Rough and just trades some HP. Raging Bolt is a little bit weaker now, potentially going to be in range of the Secret Sword pretty soon. So yeah, that's pretty nice. With Light Screen, you are able to get off a spin into Power Whip. So Brammelghast doing what it does best, being used offensively. But we actually see a Scarf Lando. Yeah, but now this gives you a setup opportunity for Gouging Fire potentially, but the opportunity that's not taken.
Take it.
Instead, he's going to go for a Secret Sword KO, which, I mean, fair enough, right? I think potentially going for 2 DDs would have been fair, but they do still have the Shell and Scarf Lando in the back, so you do need 2 DDs. I don't know. I think Keldeo is probably fine play.
Yeah, I don't think it just wins there.
Now Lando comes in, has to go for an Earthquake, but, like, you don't mind that as Dawn missed. 25 to Tinglu, but no leftovers, crucially, so it's going to get worn down pretty fast. Doubles to Keldeo on the Sneasler. Does Sneasler knock it out from here? Not willing to stay in and find out. Actually, no, predicts the Torn. That's what the play was. Samurott into the Torn, and it's actually Scarf Ceaseless. So that was actually really masterfully played from Dawn, those 2 turns. Really great stuff. What it is going to mean, though, is Keldeo gets another KO with Secret Sword. So, like, it's not all bad for Kyle, but that was a great play from Dawn to get him back into this game. And now you're looking at like, Scarf Lando?
If Keldeo stayed in, it was clicking like a Wither remove, so, like...
Yeah. Now, Gouging Fire comes in, goes for a Burning Bulwark, but it's actually Bulk Up Sneasler. So Dawn playing out of his mind in this endgame, and then gets a lucky crit. Wouldn't have 2-hit KO'd, by the way, but Dragon Tails anyways, so it would have been Earthquake range anyways. Not a big deal, I think. And now you can go Ting Lu. You have to get a turn 1 Wake. And even then,
I don't think you have you can really win. The J. Ricky Citrus Berry.
Shout out to J. Ricky.
I think that's the 5th of the stream.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but close combat just puts you in checkmate here.
Mm-hmm.
Goes for a bulk up trying to call for the Burning Bulwark. But yeah. Gets the CC turn correct here. Dragon Tail and Earthquake always going to knock out the Gouging Fire from here. Trap is a Blaziken check. Let that sink in. Knock knock. Who's there? It's a sink. Alright, so this is now what, 6-1 for Slime Season? Pretty dominant.
Is there another game? I thought that was the last game.
And we have one more. It's going to be Ethan versus Scribble. Citrus Supremacy. Yeah, man.
I think this was another game where like 3D got subbed out for Ethan, right? And then Sage got subbed out for Scribble.
A lot of subs this series, but whatever. What do you think about this matchup?
So, I think like the Enab looks kind of like amazing. Like the resist is only pink, and you can just like be Terra Ground or something like that. Terra Ground also makes sense for, for like Fundy and for the Iron Boulder. You can also spike pretty easily because like the only spinner is Blastoise, and you have you have the Shandy to block it. Greninja looks like it can be pretty good, like a Battle Bond set after Rotom gets chipped down enough. So like I could see that being the win con for Scribble. But I think the matchup favors Ethan, like just what I'm going off of.
Yeah, like the Shadow Ball resist for Chandelure are really, really ass. Like it has to be a Terra type.
Yeah, like Greninja's not really a resist.
Dude, Greninja's taking like 60 from Overheat on the Switch. Like, get real.
Yeah.
And then probably going to be Spadef Rotom if I had to guess. It's the most reliable Gren check on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably also going to be E-Speed. Maybe even Timid or like Naive Nature Deoxys, because you outspeed +1 Chomp and can Ice Beam it. I think that's a pretty likely set. You also have E-Speed to go faster than a Battle Bond Gren. Out-prioritize a Prankster T-Wave if the Thunders is low. Wants to, good of a Suicide T-Wave. I think offensive Deoxys makes a lot of sense, especially when there's a spinner right there. And your Ghost type does not match up well into the spinner. You're not going to Hazard Stack, I don't think. Unless you wanted to go like Terra Ghost AV Enam. I don't know. Seemed like a bad set. So probably offensive Deoxys. On the other side though, I mean the Garchomp is kind of scary if you're able to catch the Enam with like an Iron Head. Outside of that though, big threats is just the Gren. It could be Roselli, yeah, and just have Iron Head. That's for sure possible. Any other threats though? Like, I don't think even Smash Stoice is very good here.
Yeah, not with like the Rotom. Well, I guess like I think it's hard to smash. Like, what do you really smash on?
Yeah,
like
Metagross.
Yeah, I guess so, but like that could be Pack and Boom,
Metagross, maybe Tusk. If you're like slower than Tusk, do you smash and then get the drop? Maybe, I don't know. Hard to say.
Seems tough.
Is Boulder a real threat? Kind of. If it's like Terra Ground to boost the Earthquake into Metagross, I don't know.
But
though.
Even then, like Meta could be like
to Rotom.
Yeah.
Tusk is gonna check you with like a Pyapa Berry or something, which it
doesn't even need.
It doesn't need it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to like take the hit when it's weakened is like nice. But yeah. I think if Scribble's gonna win, it has to be through Boulder or Gren. Nothing else really threatens like a sweep.
I think you have to do it with Gren.
Yeah, but it's gonna be so hard with Rotom plus E-Speed. Anyways, let's get into it. We see Terra
delete
Ground
Deoxys.
Enam, like you were saying. So Ground Enam. The Chandelure is Terra Grass. And then on the other side we see Terra Bug on the Boulder and Terra Fire on the Thundurus.
Bug makes sense to resist the stabs on Great Touch.
Yeah, it does. Does flip that matchup quite recently. And you're not really weakening yourself to anything in particular, so respect that. Deoxys leads off in a Blastoise. We just see a T-Wave, so not offensive Deoxys, it looks like. And it spikes. Interesting. T-Bolts on what I assume to be AV Stoice. Is it Recover last? No, it's gotta be Ice Beam last. Right, maybe Psycho Boost? Flip turns on the Chandelure to proc weakness policy.
Yeah.
Okay. Now Garchomp, we see an immediate Terra on the Chandelure. Very, very bulky. It's Eject Pack Garchomp. So many things are happening in these turns. A Will-O-Wisp into a Parrot Blastoise.
I don't know why he whipped there. Like, the go for the Greninja. Like, just take your Shadow Ball damage.
Well, it's going to be even more confusing when you see what he clicks this turn. We see a full Paris, so yeah, Trick Room.
Trick Room.
So why didn't we Trick Room in front of the Garchomp?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Would have been just better.
I don't remember. I don't think I watched this game live, or like even the replay of it.
Yeah, this was crazy. Weird. And like, you've made the Parrot Blastoise faster now and can get the spin off. This is just a disaster.
No, but I don't think Ethan played that particularly well.
Yeah, but anyways,
and you lose Terra, like you don't have it for Enam anymore.
Stoice goes down, and like the thing is, you're still threatening a potential of like 3 more KOs. Like you're +2 Terra Grass. If this Energy Ball kills Garchomp, 2 more Pokemon are getting sacked immediately. So does Garchomp live? Looks like he was EV'd for it. Oh my god. So I assume that's a roll. Doesn't get it.
I don't know.
That was such a big swing.
Yeah.
Dude, if that kills, you have to sack 2 more Pokemon. Like, there's nothing you can even do about it.
I don't get the point of the Will-O-Wisp though. Like,
yeah, that was strange.
A weird play.
Anyways, Ice Spinner and Tigaton steals the protective pads. Sure.
Huge.
Yeah. Now we headlong into a Thundurus and Grass Knot into a Rotom. Super effective, by the way. I did 6. Looks to be AV.
Rotom.
Yeah. Very AV, which I mean makes sense into Gren. Yeah. Tigaton comes in, can just go hard Tusk. Can't really punish the Tusk very easily. And now what? Thunder's in on a Rapid Spin. Is it in range of Ice Spinner? We're gonna find out. Not quite.
Nope. It's Rocky Helmet Fundy.
Very defensive. But now Rotom gets to come in and Volt for free. Probably gonna Volt in the Tigaton. Yeah, so trading some Volt damage. Now Enam comes in. We know it's gonna be Earth Power, and it does knock out the Tinkaton from that range.
Kill. Yeah, I think you had to go like hard Fundy if you were Scribble there.
Maybe, yeah.
Right.
You see, the Thunders claim the Deoxys and going to Boulder. Terra's Bug, if we can avoid a 2-hit KO here. Oh my god, that's banded Metagross though. And it lives a +2 Earthquake. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
So clutch.
We do get the Battle Bomb boost off, but like Rotom's not chipped enough.
Potentially, no, after Life Orb, you're always going to die. And it's actually Sash Enam as well. So, yeah, save the Rotom HP for the Thundurus. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think if, like, Scribble called, like, the E-Power and, like, went hard Fundy, I think he could have won this game.
Yeah, because you would have had a whole Tinkaton in the end. To 1v1 Rotom, potentially, with, like, knockoff into Play Rough.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or I guess you would just Play Rough twice, because it's just stronger, but... yeah. Or, like, even better, you'd have something to Volt Switch to, and then chip it, and then you have another Volt Switch follow-up. I don't know.
I didn't like the way that game was played, honestly.
Yeah, this was a pretty messy one.
A good game.
Right,
yeah.
A lot of Pokemon that just lived on one. Like, barely lived, the Garchomp barely lived, the Metagross barely lived. Both of them, like, you just lose if they die. Like,
Yeah.
for either side, you would have just lost, like, immediately. No counterplay available other than, I just hope I live. Like, I don't know. Not the most compelling game of all time, but that's going to be the series
No.
7-1 for Slime Season. Now, I'm going to see if I can pull up the replays without spoiling the stream. It looks like I can kind of crop it out. Nice. So who was game 1?
It was Zooch.
It was
Game
Zooch.
2 was A12. Game 3 was Nala. Game 4, I think, was Lax.
There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and game 8, the deciding game 8. There we go.
Sammy, yeah.
Slime season. This guy gets it. We got a fan in the stands. I swear, this team has played so many Torns. Or is this a different team?
I mean, it's the same
has
team.
A Zapdos. Okay.
This team has played like Torn or Meow every single time we brought it.
Yeah.
I'm
At least
so
now you have a
sick of
Zap.
Meow.
At least now you have a
Yeah.
Zapdos.
I need Meow gone though. Like, oh my god, fuck that mon.
World's greatest Meow hater.
Yeah, no, I definitely do hate it so much.
Mm-hmm. By the way, just wanted to say, we have, according to different sources, right? My OBS says 45 viewers, and then my YouTube says 35 in one spot and 37 on the other slot, but only 9 likes. Like, multiple of these numbers are not adding up. So, like the stream, it helps out the algorithm, gets people more interested in the stream. It's just helpful. Doesn't cost you anything. I'd appreciate it if you like the stream. And now we can go into this next series, which is going to be Dino Crisis versus Skrelpy McSkrelper Mock Kelp. Shout out, right? Great username. Anyways, this is Zooch, one of the stronger ST players in the pool, honestly. And then we have Agency His Own, which is a new mid-season pickup, but he is a great player in his own right. I like the stream. Can you mock Scrappy 10? Yeah. I actually was building my mock for Scrappy right before stream, so I'll be able to mock him later today.
Oh, I thought he meant make fun of Scrappy, not like Pokemon mock.
Like, herder, I'm Scrappy 10, I'm so fat.
Yeah, like that.
We're doing great.
Yeah.
We don't make fun of Scrappy here? Yes, we do. We absolutely do. That's okay.
This was this game we felt pretty good about, like, going into it.
Yeah, Gren looks like a Giga threat, right? You're definitely going to be Sludge Wave for the Primarina, and then everything else is kind of weak to your stabs. Have Ice Beam to cover Garchomp and the Ogerpon. Like, really great Gren matchup. Probably going to be Protean, right?
Yeah, we're Protean. A few attacks, stabs, plus poison move. Pretty obvious.
Please do not cancer my team. No. Anyways, yeah. Big threats. We see a Rotom for the Ursaluna, which is about as good as you can ask for. That being said, it is just one crunch away, but it's probably going to be Colberberry. Yeah. Into Gren, Ursaluna. Colbert makes a lot of sense. This Hydrapple, I mean, we've seen better Hydrapple matchups, but this is still a good one.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe AV? Although, maybe it could just be FizzDef Helmet as well. Depends on if you want to check stuff like the Torn, the Prim, or you're more more worried about the Garchomp, the Metagross, the Ogerpon. I think if it's me, I'm probably going to bring FizzDef in this week. Just those three seem like they're less handleable by the rest of my team, whereas like Jirachi, Zapdos can handle Primarina and the
We
Torn.
were FizzDef, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it makes sense. Let's get into the game. Terra types here. We have Terra Poison on the Torn. Interesting.
And Terra Electric on the Apple.
Yeah. So no Terra Electric into Zapdos, so you love to see that as the Zapdos user. Let's see. Jirachi leads off into the Ogerpon. Can just stay in, go for a U-turn, breaks the Sturdy. Pretty nice stuff. Now Gren comes in. Do we just Ice Beam here?
Yep, and
Torn comes in.
Max the Death. Torn
46
with the Assault Vest. Yeah, so like the Poison type in on Torn with such a good call because like our Granite Toxic Spike here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I remember that. 46 though? You're joking.
I mean, it's like max Spadef.
It's max, like, yeah, for sure.
And we're not a boost an item on Greninja.
That's ridiculous, though. 46 is not legal. This Torn needs to be, like, I don't know, tested for PEDs.
I actually gotta, like, run for, like, 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Alright. So, interesting, like, going for the T-Spike, knowing the Torn is poison. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, right? May as well just hit it again if you're gonna stay in. Or just go Zapdos and fish for static, right? Now here we see Sludge Bomb and Discharge, so a dangerous game with, you know, secondary effects. Scrappy likes being degraded. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, our team generally loses to AV Torn, so it being Terra Poison makes this insanely tough. Skirtugal has to go scream into his pillow for 5 minutes. That's actually super funny. Remember to count for Sludge Bomb procs. Yeah, and Discharge as well. So Roost up to full as Garchomp comes in. Rocks up as a Hurricane is exchanged, so a little bit of HP traded. Stone Edge, not quite a 2-hit KO on the Zapdos. Another Hurricane. But it's Citrus Berry. Shout out to J. Ricky. And Sage with a 5 gifted. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's for the Keldeo 20 kills, right? Appreciate that. Alright. This is huge. So bigly. Yep. W Sage. So true. Now Ogerpon's going to come in. Threaten this out with Ivy Cudgel. Could potentially get up another Spike this turn. Yes, sir. Man of my word. Appreciate that. I would like to see another Spike go up. Yeah, another Spike does go up. Do we get 3 layers here? Goes for a knockoff. I don't know about that knockoff. I think the 3rd layer would have been such a big deal here. OMG, baby, I missed you. Yup. Fist to your doom. Yeah. He's been, like, kind of missing recently in, like, the leagues. I know he was, like, really great in, that one league we played in. And then, like, went MIA. Whatever, people get busy. Ogerpon actually lives that, so you can get up a 3rd Spike and get the knockoff off. So that's really impactful. Really nice stuff. Hydraple's gonna get Encored into recover, so now something else has to take a hit. Oh, looks like Zooch is gonna do the strat where you recover until the Encore wears off, and then you kind of force another Encore to try to switch out on that turn. You're just gonna do here on a predicted Encore, and Agency does not call that. Doesn't need to, right? If you switch on hazards, all's well here. And we see a Trick Room Jirachi. Sets up the Trick Room with the Culver Berry. And now probably just going to see a U-turn here. Oh no, we see rocks go up. And a U-turn into Ursaluna. Yeah, it's a really nice sequence from Zooch here, getting himself a little bit of momentum. Oh, but that's such a big trick. Wow. So denies the Flame Orb. Which, like, you burn your Rotom, but Ursaluna definitely would rather be burned here. And Reflect goes up, so Agency actually diffuses the situation super easily. Alright, now Primarina comes in after the Trick Room. Jirachi gonna have to be the sack here. And a flip turn, so you don't even get to take advantage of the Primarina being in afterwards with, like, your Zapdos. So Torn comes in, but you have to take so much Hazard Chip on the Hydrapple. Sludge Bomb does not poison. Alright. Sludge Bomb does not poison. Big Earth Power for 32. Nice. Now Sludge Bomb does not poison. Another recover. Really low on recovers though. A critical hit, but no poison. one more recover. So Hydrapple's one more, and then it's dead. I mean, not even going to use the last one. Don't think it makes a difference. Now Zapdos in, we have another electric type. Goes for Hurricane, knocks out the Rotom, as now Metagross is going to come in, but Metagross doesn't really 1v1 Zapdos necessarily.
I'm back.
Okay.
What point are we at?
Turn 31. So far we've had 7 Sludge Bombs with no poison, and
like 5 Blitz charges without a para?
Only 2 so far, but we'll get there.
Okay.
We see a static proc, which is cool.
Like, I think, like, if, like, I don't think those things mattered, like, at all. I think the only thing that mattered is later that determined the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if Apple gets, like, poison, like, I think, like, it's the same, like, situation.
Yeah, you still lose 1v1 pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
So here, no poison, no para, no poison, and no para. Like, someone broke the 30%. No poison.
Yeah, for sure.
And
like,
we switch out on the discharge, right? No, a Roost. So only 2 Roosts left. This guy has clicked so many recovery moves, but it's like Gen 9, so you can't do that. Misses a Hurricane, which would have killed.
So if that Hurricane hit, like, there's no way Zoot's losing this game. I just want to say that.
Yeah, the Torrent being so low means that Gren is such a big threat. Even Infernape,
and he missed
right?
both. I think, like, that's what comes down to the game, like the Hurricane missing.
Yeah, that
like,
really sucks.
How many did he miss on Chomp? 2, 3? I don't know. But, like, if the third one hits, like, the game just ends. Like, there's no way Zoot loses.
I think he missed 2 and hit 2.
Yeah, but Chomp hit, like, every edge and crit 1. I don't think the crit mattered, but...
No, it's just the principle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that was the deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, now Luna comes in, it can live 1, but going for an Earthquake, sure, but Torrent is going to be faster. The Scarf versus
Luna would trick the Scarf, yeah. It would have been faster if, like, one of the discharge pairs went off, but...
Now, is Infernape faster than Torrent? Because this is, like, super, super bulky Torrent. Could be faster.
It would Scarf. It would Scarf,
oh,
so yeah.
Scarf, yeah. So knocks out the Metagross, takes Recoil, has 1 more switch in after Hazards. Rumored comes in, sack the Gren. Fair enough. And now what? You just have to, I don't know, you just lose. You don't have a move to lock into. Alright, and that's going to be the game. A little unlucky, but also, like, well played from Agency, so...
I feel like both players played well, and it was just, like, the RNG I felt favored Agency more, which is going to happen when you're clicking, like, Hurricane and Stone Edge, you know?
I mean, it was kind of unlucky from both sides, if you consider the fact that he clicked 11 Sludge Bombs with no poison. Like...
Okay, like... I mean, if the apple gets poisoned, like, I don't care, you know?
Yeah,
like,
but
whatever,
the Zapdos would have gotten poisoned as well. And, like,
we could have also gotten, like, a para, like, from one of the discharges, too, so...
Yeah,
I don't know.
For sure. Like, it goes both ways in this one, what I'm saying.
I feel like it definitely favored them, though.
Probably,
like, the Hurricane misses.
Yeah.
They felt bigger to me.
I mean, of course, it's your team. But yeah, if that Torrent is parried, this game becomes a lot easier. I get that. But anyways, 30% is it's a lie, folks.
Apparently, yeah.
If it's not Scald, forget it. Alright, so we have A12 versus Zazo. This is a big one. So A12 Unleashed, yep, it's after mids. He's released to the public.
I had no idea this game would even happen, and, like, I was asleep and I woke up and, like, I see that he posted, like, a link to his game, and I'm like, oh fuck, what happened?
Yeah. So we do see A12 with his trademark Diggersby. So good stuff. Diggersby though, Earthquake hit him below. Something about Venipede Dro. Yeah, shout out to CTC. A12 with a Diggersby, fully powered. Yep. He entered his final form.
He's bringing it a week, or this week too. So
Of course, bro. So Scarf Diggersby just smashes here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So like, expect Zazo to have some kind of prep for it. I don't know what exactly, but they'll try to fit something, right? Bill leaked by our captain. No way. He's bringing it, leaking prep. So true.
I didn't leak prep. I just said he's using the Diggersby team.
Yeah.
That's not leaking prep.
Now, if you want a little bit of a spoiler, check the description of this stream and you'll see exactly what I mean. But yeah, this was so funny. Let's just get into the game. Mew leads off into the Charizard, which SD Zard lead is pretty cool here. Gets parried, but
he saw that in every mock. He was prepared.
Mm-hmm. Just like the mocks.
Yep.
So Mew was kind of hard to kill, so getting rid of it immediately was like pretty nice for Zazo, but then Diggersby comes in and just calls the turn right because he's A12 and he's just better than everyone.
Well, it would lock in the outrage, like there wasn't anything to oh, you mean with the Blastoise? Yeah.
Look at this.
No.
And now
what a guy.
Goes into Venusaur on the Gren. Yo, he's just too nice with it. You saw that? But no, he's one step ahead. One step ahead. It's actually a Zoroark. Oh my god. This was chef's kiss. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What a guy.
That was art. And then gets the free spin and breaks the Chilanberry on Thundurus. So that's the prep for Scarf Diggersby.
Look at the normal resist now.
I know. He just clicks return. Human? No, absolutely not. This guy is an alien. He's so crazy. Scald, no burn proc, but it's really okay. You can just go arrow and sack it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just go Diggersby
really
and collect.
Do anything.
Yeah. Good stuff. Now Gren comes in and goes into Blastoise just to spin the spikes away again. No problem. Like, Zazo can never really get anything going because the Blastoise just spins away the spikes. And that's really the only way that Zazo can make true meaningful progress here. Like, with the Zard and the Thundy both dead, where's your offense, right? It's just Gren.
Yo, how is that Binu immune to the Psychic, though?
That was crazy, yeah. Only A12. You see Specs Dark Pulse from Zoroark doing 39 to Gren. So that makes you think this Gren is probably, like, no bulk, right?
Yeah. It almost 2 hits, like, offensive Gren.
And so Rapid Spin immediately makes sense, and then just trade HP. Full Para is unlucky, but I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah. Goes for a Dragon Pulse, sure. Whatever. And now you're going to see Diggersby come in and just collect with return. Right? Has to sack Blastoise, but no, one step ahead. U-turns into the Zoroark, I assume? Yeah, Zoroark. But it's Custap Blastoise and burns the Zoroark. So your best breaker is now, 15% and burned. So Ren comes in. He's willing to sack the Zoroark, except Psych, this is Trick Room Greninja, a classic of Iron Flash gaming. And now if you look at the description, it makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah. And also, like, Shark Diggersby won anyway.
Yeah, it did, for sure. But, like, LMFAO.
Tits. That was crazy.
This is so raw. He's just too good, man. Anyways, so now what? The series is tied up 1-1, kind of beast mode. It's funny how consistently this happens. Yeah, I mean, people were saying, like, I think Keegan saw somewhere that someone said, I mean, a little bit convoluted there, but 1 out of every aggro creeps are punished. But 1 out of 50 seems to come up quite a lot in DPL this season. He really is just better than everyone else. Yeah, I made a video about it. Put you guys on game. Alright. Now we have Addison versus Nala. Again, we see a Melmetal into Steelix, and the Steelix just looks like God again. Like, is Steelix actually just broken in Swish? It's hard to say. It's
I think
had
we
some
should
really
make
nice
it-
matchups this week, though.
I think it should be a 10-point mon at least.
Yeah,
minimum.
isn't it already like 8 or 9 points? Like, it's already so
Oh.
expensive.
Let's make it like 12 then.
Let's make it
That
12.
sounds good to me.
12-point Steelix. What is this, ADD?
Well, I think when we watch this game, it'll be pretty justified.
Yeah. Alright, let's just get into it. Oh my god, it's me. You see that?
That's crazy.
Alright, Scrafty lead into Mel. Goes into... Okay. Goes into Whimsicott predicting that, but Addison predicts the Whimsicott, goes Licks, and then doubles to Darm. Okay, sure. Now you get your Icicle Crash or whatever. U-turns instead, predicting the Mel, but it's Cotton Guard Whimsicott with Leash Seed. Sure, whatever, man.
And
And it's Citrus
yeah.
Berry. Citrus is so weird on a set like this. Like, shout out to Jay Ricky, but this should really be leftovers. I don't care. Alright, G-Darm comes in on the taunt, sure. And now you go Melmetal on the Icicle Crash, makes sense. 24 is a lot of damage though. Steelix gets to come in on this Acid Armor, alright, and now matches it with an Iron Defense. And so that Body Press does 23%. Leftovers, you're gonna see? Gonna come
it
in.
would like NASCAR Steelix too, because we were a pretty fast Melm.
I mean, yes and no, right? It was faster than the Melmetal, but the Melmetal wasn't that fast. Like, come on.
I mean, it's faster base speed, and we had investment, so like it's definitely
Yeah.
a pretty invested.
It's definitely a fast Steelix for sure.
yeah.
Now, rocks go up for the Uxie, trades away the helmet for it, but in the meantime does also get rid of the Assault Vest on Scrafty. So pretty good progress for Nala, and then gets Nidoking in on a Poison Jab, which is exactly what you want, and then pivots Whimsicott on the knockoff. So really maneuvers around that pretty intelligently. Now you get a free Moonblast into the Latios, and looks like a 2-hit KO, but instead we go for a Leech Seed. I just assume we're slower than the Latios.
No, it wasn't a 2-hit KO, and like we were slower anyway, probably.
Did 42, and then the Latios was at 40.
It was at 45, wasn't it?
40.
Oh, is that say 40? Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were just slower. That's why we did
Yeah.
it.
It makes sense if you're slower to Leech Seed. But also, like, I don't know, maybe not the greatest trade of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lax gets to come in, but Steelix is just always going to check this Lax. Goes for a Belly Drum, but is not like Citrus or like anything. Like, you're not even Gluttony like Figgy Berry or like Ayapapa, you know, the Super Berry.
So like
It's Gen
we
8?
had Protect. We had Protect, and like he should have clicked it here, but the max roll from like Steelix based on the investment Addy had was 57%. By the way.
Okay,
like,
well,
absolute max. Yeah.
a little bit of
I mean,
spoiler perchance, but
Yeah.
the Lax is dead.
I think like he should have protected though,
Maybe,
to
but like,
make sure it's never a roll. I guess like Addy could have clicked.
it's like always an
Iron
outplay
Defense.
potential.
I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
If it's really 57 max, then that's just unlucky, right? It's the right play to just attack.
Yeah, that's what Nala said, but I didn't count myself, so who
Trick
knows?
Room Snorlax, by the way. Technically, you should have clicked Iron Defense that turn. Yeah, if you live like a +6 hit, it's probably correct. But I
Yes,
think
she
just
would've
raw
Iron
body press
Defense
is probably
would've-
fine as well, because even if the Lax doesn't die, it's so low that everything revenges
Mhm.
it. So the problem is dealt with no matter what. And you don't know the
I
Lax
feel like we
investment.
were. I don't think Nala would win in anyway. Honestly, even like we lived that.
I don't know, the T-Spike is up, and it looks pretty annoying. Never mind, game's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. U-turn, so it's actually Trick Room Latios. No, it's Scarf Thundy. But yeah, Mystical Fire here is a great click. Catches the Melmetal on the switch, and then doubles to Steelix on the Thundurus. Gets some nice leftovers recovery and protect to scout the lock. Really nice play from Addison. Get that Licks nice and healthy. And now Nala makes a double expecting the Feeny to come in, which is pretty nice. It's a Misty Seed, which is interesting. So probably implies a setup kind of thing. No, it's just Brine. This is so... yeah.
I don't know. I didn't feel good about like this matchup going
Yeah.
into it, but Addie had like amazing prep. She played way better too. So
Shout out to Brian, I guess. I don't know. This is so stupid. Why did we sack everything before going to Thunderous? I don't get it. It got 3 kills, but it didn't need to. Like, you could have just gone Thunderous like so much earlier. Like here. U-turn? Sure, sack the Whimsicott. I don't care. But here? I mean, it's Leech Seed. Just go Thunderous. Just go Thunderous. Why are we getting rocks up and sacking everything? And then this was like, okay, we're gonna sack 3 Mons? Just go Thunderous. Just go Thunderous. I don't get it. Whatever, man. Now Lottie comes in. We know it's locked into the Thunderbolt, so you can get a recover off, and then, yeah. Mystical Fire. Don't even Mystical Fire. Just go Licks, sure. Whatever floats your boat. Then head smashes the switch to Thunderous. Goat. Yeah.
Yeah. Milton couldn't kill anyway, and she was so far ahead. It was like just a flex play.
Yeah, I get it. Alright, well that's gonna be the game. Scared of Custap Melm? Yeah, I get it. But yeah, Addison just completely clinical that game.
Yeah, it was pads because like she could have ran like a lot of helmet mons.
Like helmet licks, which you saw in like the previous series. We saw helmet licks for a Melmetal, so pretty reasonable to be pads.
Alright, you could have been helmet too.
Yeah.
Oh, this game made me depressed too.
No, don't be depressed. This is Ice Demon Grey versus Rai. So naturally there's going to be a pretty big player gap in Rai's favor. Just he's been performing really well in ORAS specifically recently. He's on a roll. You would always expect that to continue. But yeah. Ice is great, but Rai's just in his element right now. Rocks Up plus Nature's Madness into Brian KO's most Melms and Uxies on Switch in. That's kind of crazy. That also doesn't explain the Moringa Berry, so you could have been AV and done exactly that thing. Alright. Anyways, on to the next game. We see a Claydol spotting. Pretty cool. White Elf, I've not commented on my awesome nicknames. I didn't even notice. Yeah, licks your balls. Great. Fantastic. Glad I went back and checked. Anyways. Ice versus Rai. Let's get into it. Gardevoir leads off into the Manectric. Wow. It's actually, funny enough, not Lightning Rod before Mega, which is interesting. You see that from the static, which actually makes sense.
We were supposed to be traced, but I shouldn't put it on.
You were
were we?
Yeah, you just traced the static.
I didn't notice. Oh, okay. I didn't notice like I saw the Intimidate not go off for us. That's why I was like confused. Okay, yeah, no, because traits obviously could like you get the Lightning Rod if they're that, but they were static.
That's tough. That Wisp miss?
Not great.
You get it off next turn, I guess. So
it means guard's a bit lower.
Nothing super lost though. It costs you 13% on your guard. Alright, Drill comes in on a Volt Switch, threatening Scarf here. Doubles to T-Tar, but Lando covers both. Pretty strange T-Tar switch there. I think if you're Manectric, you never risk it. Versus like a Akaberry Excadrill or Scarf Drill or any number of drills that can 1v1 it. You always just go Lando. So this T-Tar felt really weird. And then staying in on a superpower, I have to assume it's like Shuka Ice Beam, trying to weaken Landorus to open up
It
Drill.
was Shuka, yeah.
Yeah. But Rai is going to be aware of that.
We should have just gone into like Tang there.
Yeah, I feel like if Rai wasn't superpower, he's just going to U-turn, right? You don't risk your Landorus here when it's the like main thing stopping Drill. Yeah.
You could even go into like Talon there, like predicting like
Yeah.
rocks or something, because like they're not clicking a rock move.
Regardless, goes for a Shadow Ball. It reveals AV Jirachi, but after burn, it's not going to be too sturdy. Can just go for a Facade. Nice bring from Rai.
It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Like he knew he's going to get burned. Makes sense. Now Quillfish in on the Talonflame, but another Wisp comes out, so a lot of Wisp spam here. Gonna be able to roost this off. No real problem. Now T-Spikes up is pretty massive. Gonna have to find an opportunity to spin. Tries to go hard into Drill as the Manectric comes in, and again, I think this Manectric's gonna switch out in a Lando. It's so safe. And this time the spin does go off into the Lando. Makes sense. Now Tangrowth, about as good of a Lando switch as you can ask for. No helmet though. So rocks are going to stay up. Leech Seed goes out. Quillfish probably just going to get the T-Spikes up again, right? Maybe you try to double on the predicted Drill. Probably trying to catch the Drill with the Superior there, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
And then back to Quillfish. Yeah, so again threatening the T-Spike, but again the Drill is threatening to come in. This time, you know, just goes for the T-Spike. And Ice just takes his KO. Fair enough from both sides. Now Lando comes in on the Tangrowth, which is weird. Just for some U-turn chip? I don't understand that one. Goes into Serp, loses the item for free. It's actually Spec Serp. Interesting. And then misses Leaf Storm. That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And gets poisoned. That's unlucky for sure.
Definitely good for Ice, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now Lando comes in. He's really not playing very well around this Tangrowth. It's getting so much value. And then U-turns into Serp. Like, was that worth it? I don't think so.
I don't know, you decide.
I'm gonna say no, but Manectric still looks pretty nice here, especially with T-Spike up. You have to sack your Talonflame basically,
Yeah,
just to get a safe like... drill in. Whoa, hard drill is crazy.
Like, that's where like I feel like Rai won the game, like that play, call in the drill. Like, I don't think you need Talon like at that point. I think you just like either roost up because he can't kill you, or you like whip or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think you go drill, because like you need it to spin, and like like if that doesn't happen, I don't see how Rai loses. I mean, I'm sorry, how Ice loses if he's able to get the spin off, you know?
Yeah, the Tangrowth is just such a massive threat in this game, as long as you can, like, keep the hazards off.
So I really think that was, like, not a good play.
That was really terrible, yeah. Now Raikou has to get poisoned, which is super ass. He actually has Overheat to avoid, like, Flamethrower into Flamethrower rolls.
Mm-hmm.
And now a Volt Switch into, Claydol makes sense. HP Ice for 27. Absolutely nothing.
Is that a Sulfetch Claydol?
It could be. It could be.
It's hard to tell, because Raikou's not that strong.
Yeah, if it's like a bulky Raikou with no special attack, it could just be non-AV. But if it's like offensive Raikou, then yeah.
Tangrowth has to get poisoned and take that.
Flamethrower. Yeah. Like, this is really horrible for Ice.
Yeah.
But you don't have another play. Like, this Manectric just wins.
Yeah, I mean, like, Rai made the play like he needed to that won the game. Like,
yeah,
he made
catching the drill was a game-winning Flamethrower. So props to him for that. I mean, I don't even blame Ice too bad on that play. Like, versus most players, that would work out. You know what I mean? But Rai is just different right now.
Yeah. I just don't think we needed Talon. Or should we have sacked Raikou? Either way, like...
No, the safe play is sacking, but, like, I get it's like a close game, you want to save your sacks. I totally get it.
Mm-hmm. It's tough,
right. How's the series looking right now? 1-1.
2-1.
2-1.
Or 3-1.
3-1 now. So 3-1 for Skrelp. And now we have Lax versus Palkia.
This was like an unwinnable matchup for Lax, dude. It was so bad.
Was it?
Yeah, like, could, like, Iron Moth, like, just, like, destroys everything, and, like, they can easily spike stack, and then you have the Ape to spin block. Like, you have Empoleon and Mandy to keep the Oxys in check, and, like, Urshifu's slower than everything, and Moth lives a sucker punch at +2.
Yeah.
So, like,
I think we were saying though that
tough.
Deoxys and Urshifu looks really good here. And the Palafin switching is like pretty limited, right? Because the Shaman's on the bench.
Yeah.
So it's definitely winnable for Lax. We'll see how he manages to like, or what did he bring for this? We'll find out.
So, oh, you don't want me to talk about it? Okay.
I mean, we'll find out as we're watching, right? So Terra Fairy on both of these guys. Terra Grass on the Moth. Right. Annihilate leads off into the Deoxys speed. Annihilate does not really want to stay in here unless it Terras. So you go Petra, that's actually a really smart play, because if it does Terra, then it's going to be weak to Malignant Chain. So
I think Lax should have spiked, because, like, nothing Ape can do, like, will threaten us, really.
yeah, it's like an unboosted Rage Fist as the biggest threat.
Yeah.
Whatever, it's a reasonable play. Now Palafin comes in, threatening a CC. Goes for an Ice Punch predicting Mana Buzz, and freezes immediately. So, nice.
I don't know. I don't think that really mattered a ton.
I
like,
mean...
I actually wanted to talk more about, like, the first couple turns, because, like, I think they were kind of, like, important. But
Sure, we could go back.
like, I think, like, turn one's, like, important. Like, we're defensive. Deoxys with, like, Hazard, Stack, and Taunt. So, like, we should have taunted there. Like, I don't understand why Empoleon's the switch in to, like, Deoxys there. Like, if that makes sense.
Well, it's
like,
because Psycho Boost is threatening.
I mean, we could have been, like, Nasty Plot, and, like, we're the set that we were, and, like, we would just get layers up. I don't know.
But he doesn't know any of that. He sees
lead
Deoxys versus Annihilate.
Like, I think if you're
Psycho Boost is probably coming
out like that, I think you're switching in the Manda Buzz. Like, it does. Like, I think
the reason you go Empoleon is so you can get rocks up on a Psycho Boost turn. Like, here is the same thing, right? You get rocks.
I don't know.
Yeah, you could. You totally could. But
I think, like, I don't like the play from either of them. And, like,
yeah, that's fair enough, right? I'm just trying to justify it from his perspective.
Okay. Yeah, we could have had all, like, our layers up, like, then, and we could have stopped Manda Buzz from defogging.
Well, it's frozen now, so...
yeah, I mean, Manda Buzz is, like, whatever. Its job was to, like, check Deoxys, and... Or Deoxys wasn't offensive anyway.
Okay, this rock... this Stealth Rock is doing crazy things. Annihilate to spin block, but rocks go up. He knows the Annihilate's coming in.
Yeah.
Petra in is Helmet. Fair enough. Now Deoxys comes in, and this one is threatening as well. And Petra just dies. Yeah, you don't have a Psycho Boost resist. You can go Urshifu, but that's, like, so dangerous. Goes to it now. And we're just going to Terra Fairy immediately in Swords Dance, right? Takes advantage of the momentum given. The Force Switch. Now Mana Buzz comes in on the Terra Blast. Weaking dies.
That's why I didn't think, like, the pair, like, on Mana Buzz, like, I mean, Freed on Mana Buzz really mattered, because, like, it didn't feel like it was doing a ton this matchup.
Maybe, but also the reason it was sacked is because it was frozen. Like, otherwise you maybe sack something else as a different game. I don't know. And we see a substitute Iron Moth to cover for Sucker Punch. Really great. Now Deoxys comes in on a Fiery Dance. It does live, and Nightshade's going to break the sub guaranteed. So, gets out of it alive, but no spikes from your spikes lead Deoxys is rough. Now
yeah, I think this game's a lot different if we had the spikes up.
Now Shaman comes in on Annihilate. 11, by the way. So funny. Now Healing Wish is interesting. What are you bringing back? Your Urshifu? Yep. So now what? You just Terra Blasts? Bring us Annihilate super low. The J. Ricky Citrus Berry. Yep. Shout out.
That would have died if spikes were up, by the way.
Yeah. And now Sucker Punch, he gets that one correct, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't KO. The Moth is now in Rock's range at least, so maybe this Palafin can do something. Jet Punch and Close Combat seems like a really good endgame. Faster than Annihilate, can just Wave Crash that. Now it's Empoleon. I guess, does Deoxys live?
It does, yeah.
But after 2 Life Orb hits, I guess your E-Speed is going to be enough to out-prioritize. Yeah, and Low Kick is going to knock out the Treads. So Palkia's Deoxys, like, and
really
rough.
Like, It's like that crit didn't matter because life orb.
No, of course not. I almost want to say this is like a wrong sequence at the end from Lax. Like, you should probably just Jet Punch here.
It doesn't kill.
It doesn't kill, but the Life Orb chip might. And if it doesn't, you have Treads last versus Empoleon and a very, very weak Deoxys. You probably live one.
I think we did live one, but we didn't kill Empoleon. So
maybe, but that gives you a crit out rather than you just lose straight up.
Well, Lax won if Deoxys didn't have E-Speed, so like that was what he was going for. So
okay, but like come on. Like, it's gonna have E-Speed.
I mean, it might not. Like, I don't know. Like, I just think like if Lax got even like one layer spikes up, like he wins this game.
Probably,
and,
yeah.
Like, if he made that sequence in, like Empoleon doesn't get rocks up either, and like rocks put in so much work. Like the game was really tough. Like, it was like a terrible matchup, and I feel like we could have won it still.
Yeah, always rough. So now it's what, 4-2?
4-1.
Oh, 4-1 in the series. Rough. Anyways, now we have Hydra versus Jesse 504. We do see a Trapinch on the field. So, yeah. Anyways, this team here.
When we saw Trapinch, we knew we won this game.
Yeah, like, we really out here bringing Trapinch to DPL games? Like, come on. That being said, it's a reasonable Trapinch matchup. Like, can't even lie.
I mean, it gets into like Crown or Moon and the Mew. It makes sense.
Yeah. But it's there to first impression
we were
with the Roaring Moon, and like maybe
we were happy to see it.
Maybe you can EQ the Tran, like maybe.
Do you still find resist, by the way? Because I kind of don't.
Hold on, let me look. No, I don't see any.
Yeah, no.
So,
Hydra,
shout out to Braviary.
Exactly what Hydra said.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, let's get into the game, right? So Terra Steel Mew, Terra Ghost Heatran, and then on the other side Terra Water on the Ogerpon, and then Terra Bug on the Trapinch. Shout out. Right. Braviary leads off, does 59 with Brave Bird, and the Calm Mind is diabolical. Like, we're just gonna lose a Pokemon now. Turn 2. Now Ogerpon comes in, but this is Scarf Braviary. Probably just gonna get your chip. 70. Yeah, great start from Hydra.
That damage showed they were max HP on their Ogerpon.
Kind of beast. Now you go Roaring Moon. Probably just U-turn, right? Yeah, U-turn on the switch to Lando. Which is Rocky Helmet, but now Gengar gets to come in on a balloon. So we have a Gen 6 Gengar in the building. A crit Icy Wind doesn't even kill, which is like so insane. Gengar sucks ass.
Yeah.
And Lando's so broken. But now Weavile gets a free switch in. Doesn't want to get Swords Danced on, so just stays in. Fair enough. Tusk comes in with Speed Booster. And now what? Just goes for a bulk up. Makes sense on the Lando sack. Predicts that. Ice Spinner gonna knock it out. Now what? You have to go Terrapagos and burn the shell.
I think this was like the one misplay by Hydra. Like, I think he should have just broken the shell.
Yeah, going Mew is weird, and then Encore was like even weirder, I think.
Not no, the Pokemon you'll see why he did it.
I mean, I get it. It gives you a Heatran setup, but it feels wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, this Heatran's gonna win. Like, go on. Weavile comes in, but you're +2 defense and protect for leftovers. Like, you're gonna take maybe 40 something.
30.
Excuse me. 30. Sorry, my bad.
I think that was banded Weavile too.
There's no way that was banded Weavile. Come on.
I don't know.
Have some shame. You're telling me a non-banded Weavile is doing 20% to a Heatran? Yeah, there's no way it was banded. Yeah, get out of here.
Oh, I don't know.
Regardless, now we get to play a game called Will Trapinch KO a Heatran at 10%? The answer? Absolutely not.
No,
no shot. And that's going to be the game for Hydra. like we said, pretty well played, aside from that weird Musac.
Yeah, but he was like so far ahead that it didn't really matter.
The Musac did also give you the setup opportunity to just win the game, so can I even call that a misplay? Not really,
no.
Right?
I feel like we were gonna win that game, like regardless. So
the Heatran probably had it locked up, no matter what, as long as you're not trying to set up on the Weavile, right? All right. When do I have to leave? I think I have a few more hours left.
I actually have to go, like, right now.
Oh, no.
Alright. So, I'll see you later. Bye.
Alright, see ya. Alright. So we have Castelia versus Vanilla Base, which is Vanga Banga, which is, like, the #1 pickup from mids in terms of, like, pricing. There was a bidding war for this guy that went all the way up to 19k. So... you better perform, right? People really want him that bad. But Castelia is not going to be an easy opponent, right? This is someone who had a fantastic last few seasons of Team Tours. And now in DPL, I think she's like not doing so great right now. But still, have to respect the past performances. So it's not going to be easy. We do see a Diplin. So shout out to Diplin. But Iron Defense Heatran was always going to win as long as they did first impression kill with Trapinch. Yeah, that's your freest setup opportunity. It makes sense. Let me just answer something real quick. A 10-second break. Alright. Oh my god, I just got jump scared from Darkrai. That was crazy. like, look at this guy. Hold on. Look at this guy. He just scared me. Can you believe it? Anyways, let's get into this game. He said boo. I hope I didn't scare the chat too much. But anyways, we see a Terrazarud, but it's again into this like Quillfish, which Quillfish is like low-key the best Zarud answer ever. I don't know, man. Then you have Encore Ogerpon as well to like cover it. Yeah, Zarud matchup not too great. On the other side, this Ogerpon is literally god. Like just Ivy Cudgel and Play Rough covers the whole team. And you could be like Swords Dance Encore, you could be Swords Dance Synthesis, you could be any combination, really, and it's just going to be a fantastic Pokemon. We see the Porygon Z come here, which is interesting, right? You don't see it as like too threatening here. The Goldango should be able to stop it. Admitting Terrazarud is a fraud? I said it had a bad matchup, that doesn't mean it's a fraud. See, you're twisting my words again. I don't like that. But anyways, yeah. I mean, Quillfish also just is perfect here for the Deoxys speed. Maybe the biggest threat is, I don't know, maybe the Gliscor? That being said, Gliscor still has to contend with this Ogerpon and with this Valiant. But it does beat the other four pretty reasonably, right? So it could be annoying. We'll see. And then Diplin gonna try to stave off the Ogerpon for as long as possible. Alright, Terra types, we're gonna have Water Ogerpon Ghost on the PZ. And on the other side, we're gonna be Terra Water on the Zarud and Terra Water on the Diplin as well. So Rotom leads off into the Deoxys. Lead Deoxys probably gonna be Hazards, right? So Nasty plots up immediately as the Rotom, and +2 T-Bolt doesn't KO. And we see a Nightshade to bring this Rotom in range of a bunch of other stuff. So Zarud's going to come in, threatens a knockoff here. Maybe even a Terra Blast Water. Does go for the Terra Blast Water. Alright, so good chip on the Quillfish. Those hazards are going to go a long way. But Castelia's starting to trade hazards as well, so a spike up on the other side. Now Porygon Z comes in. It is heavy duty boots and is not 2-hit KO'd by Gliscor, so really nice, and is recover. So really nice. But now knockoff, you don't have anything to switch in a knockoff anymore because Qwilfish already took that big, you know, the hit plus the hazards. Can't do that anymore. Now try attack trade with the Zarude, so both of them are going to be a little bit worse for wear, and now Qwilfish comes in, sets what second layer of spikes and goes down to make it rain. Alright, so the second layer, shout out to BKC, not going to be too impactful. Rotom's going to come in, potentially use this as a nasty plot opportunity, but instead just going to overheat into the Gliscor coming in. Now Gliscor can potentially, you know, fire off an attack here. Porygon Z going to come in. So what does this Gliscor opt to do? It goes for a Toxic actually. Now is this Gliscor faster than PZ? It is. So really nice from the Gliscor. Basically back at full HP now. Don't really want to protect this turn because the Ogerpon is threatening at Swords Dance this turn. Do we see a Swords Dance? We do not. We see an Ivy Cudgel into Diplin. And now, since you Terra, you can't really stay in on a grass move. So maybe a preemptive Terra there. Didn't necessarily have to click it that turn. And now Rotom gets to come in and Pain Split the Gliscor, but the Gliscor is faster, and it's going to reveal Sub. And on Nasty Plot, that's not what you wanted to see as Castelia, because now a Toxic is coming out, and this Gliscor is going to Sub Protect until the Rotom is dead. Goes for another Sub. It actually hasn't revealed Protect yet, so maybe it doesn't have it, and you can like weaken it with repeated overheats, but there's the Protect. And this Gliscor is not going to be weakened too much. And I assume there's no Encore Ogerpon, because you probably would have gone to it on this turn if you had it. But alas. Now here, you can just go for another Sub. Does it break? Does not break. So Gliscor behind a Sub is going to be really threatening here. Really hoping to see an Encore from one of these guys. Otherwise, you're well and truly cooked, I think. We see a Trailblaze to break the Sub, which is nice, but a Toxic is coming out, and Ogerpon on a timer. That's your best Pokemon, and your only real shot at sweeping the game. Yeah, and Protect. So Swords Dance is on the Protect, so reasonable play, but now you could just sack Diplin. Like, this is the only thing you needed Diplin for. So if you get the play rough call, like, I mean, credit to Castelia, calling the plays correctly, but it doesn't matter at this point. Too far in the back, and Quick Attack is going to finish it off. Now Lando comes in, but Cinderace's boots, and yeah, so Double Edge, it's going to be able to live an Earthquake from that range, so pretty safe just going for the chip. See a U-turn into Iron Valiant, and it is actually going to outspeed Cinderace, so either Scarf Valiant or a very slow Cinderace. I'm going to assume Scarf Valiant. Now Goldango comes in, going to get its free KO with Make It Rain. Lando going to go down, and then there's nothing that Valiant can do to get through all three of these remaining guys, right? Goes for an Ice Punch. I guess there is one way, right? But goes down here, and I think that's going to be the series deciding now. So it's 5-2 for Skrelpers, and we have one more game to look at, but the series is now over. Now we have Sammy versus Bobbert. This is Sun and Moon. We're gonna look at oh my god, Gren looks really amazing here. The water resist is Sceptile, which is like not great. It's a Mega Sceptile, but Mega Sceptile is also like really bad into this team. Like Roserade and Jirachi, it's just so impossible. So Bobbert definitely has matchup here. Let's look at the, yeah, especially like Granbull for the Weavile. Like the best Granbull counter, or the best Weavile counter in the game is probably Granbull. Like, keep it a buck. But anyways, let's get into the game. Infernape leads off into the Roserade. So good lead from Sammy. I can get rocks up or just, yeah, fire off an overheat. That works too. Now Sceptile going to come in on the Diancie, which is pretty brave because this is Mega Diancie. Could have just Moonblasted there. That would have done a lot of damage to Sceptile. But here, a really nice double to Infernape to get rocks up as Roserade just tries to go for a Synthesis. I don't really understand that Synthesis. Trying to catch an overheat and synth it off. Maybe you live with Occaberry, and then it's -2 and you can 1v1 it, but no. Free rocks is free rocks. And now overheats the Diancie, brings it very low. So we're probably just going to see a Mega and an Earth Power here. Can cover the Steelix switch in. Yeah, and it does, but Steelix is Spadef, takes that on quite well. Do we see an Eye-Papa Berry? No berry. So the Steelix is basically just traded out for the Diancie. Now Gren gets to come in, goes for a Water Shuriken, covering for like a Custap Berry. Pretty smart play. Now Zapdos comes in, Roserade is the answer, probably like max Spadef. Yeah, 11%, shout out. Now Mew gets to come in, but Mew is like, I don't know, getting nasty plot up. But it gets Toxiced by the Roserade, which is pretty big. No Lumberry. So this Mew is going to be kind of neutered. Depends though. So Bobbert makes a nice play into Gren to stall out an extra turn. You have to assume this is going to be Vacuum Wave though, so he could potentially predict a Vacuum Wave, go into Necrozma here. Or Jirachi, that works too. And the Vacuum Wave does come out, so Sammy getting outplayed a little bit there. I mean, Bobbert just making some great reads. And now you just sack the Roserade, you don't need it anymore. Oh, but his Shadow Ball comes out. You don't even need to sack, it's still alive. Really well played from Bobbert to get out of that situation. But now Infernape comes in, and yeah, something's going to have to die to this overheat. But now Necrozma comes in. It's a potential setup opportunity, but it's Taunt. Really great taunt from Sammy. I can't overstate that. You know, an autotomized Necrozma would have just swept here, I'm pretty sure. But he gets to avoid that with the taunt. Really great play. Now Weavile gets to come in on a Photon Geyser, so Sammy right back in the game with two really incredible plays. But now Granbull gets to come in on this Weavile, and there's no play rough resist. So Granbull coming in is actually a really great great opportunity for Bobbert. Play rough, oh, gonna miss on the Sceptile. That really sucks. The Sceptile really got away with murder this game. But now it's just gonna Earthquake, predicting the Jirachi to come in, but no such luck. Granbull's just gonna stay in and knock it out. I think it's a reasonable play to Earthquake there. I think Jirachi could have potentially came in there, for sure, but Bobbert either predicts that or is willing to sack the Granbull for a safe switch into maybe Necrozma and setup, because I think only Leaf Storm would knock out there. So if you Leaf Storm your -2, you get the Autotomize. Maybe that's a wrap either way, so maybe Bobbert just has it all planned out. Regardless, Infernape goes for an Overheat. Again, you have to sack something. And now Gren comes in, but it's in Torrent. So something has to die here. Whoa. Why did we double Necrozma there? Surely you just take your KO, right? I don't know. Goes for the taunt, which I mean you have to at this point. Kind of a forced taunt. So goes for the Photon Geyser, but now your Necrozma's really weak, it can't set up on anything. Sack the Gren to the knockoff. You have to assume this is Colbert Jirachi the way he's playing it. Jirachi comes in. And Sammy gonna respect the Colbert Berry. Go into, or I guess it could be Scarf as well. Both of those would make sense, Colbert or Scarf. Goes for a U-turn on the Zapdos, gets staticked. So if that's a Scarf, that's a really big deal. If it's Colbert, it's not the end of the world. But Necrozma's faster than the Zapdos. Wow. It had to be faster to get that Moonlight off. And now at 49% into Weavile, will knockoff kill? It will. Okay. Season saved. And then Jirachi, even if it's Colbert Berry, it'll lose to Zapdos last. So Sammy comes out of that one alive, but it really felt like Bobbert was in the driver's seat for that end game. Really not sure where that went wrong. Yeah, this Overheat Infernape just kept claiming lives. So this is a great taunt. I don't know, Photon Geysering into the Weavile was probably a misplay. It's easy to say in hindsight, right? And then here, this is fine. Sacks that. This play was weird, I think. I think you always just collect your KO with Gren, right? Maybe he's scouting for a Vacuum Wave? Overheat, Stealth Rock, Taunt, Vacuum Wave? Seems unlikely. You probably want a move to hit Diancie. Like a close combat would make a lot of sense here. But not Vacuum Wave. Yeah, it goes for another Overheat, whatever. So taking Chip on the Necrozma, I think, was the fatal mistake. If you just KO'd the Infernape with your Greninja there, then Necrozma literally sets up on either of the two remaining Pokemon and just freaking wins. And yeah, you also could have Shuriken there. The only reason not to Shuriken is if you're like Specs and you don't want the Zapdos to heal. I don't know. This felt like a little bit tossed by Bobbert. But credit to Sammy, he played to his outs and like he played well to get himself back into the position to win in this endgame with Weavile. Alright. That's going to be that series. I think we have one more series, which is going to be my own series up against Trick of Eye. Alright. What's the order here? Game 1 here. Let me close my other tabs. Game 2 was J. Ricky. Then this one. Game 4. 5. 6. 7. And Game 8 Regulator, of course. He's so back. With their mono Sunday games, this wasn't even on us. If you look at it, Trick of Eye does this every week. It's always them. Trust. But anyways, going into this final series, if you've been enjoying the stream, go ahead and like the stream. Helps out the algorithm and stuff like that. Because people do actually like to watch the VODs quite a bit, so the more likes, the more people get recommended, that sort of stuff. Helps out the channel, all that stuff. Yada yada. Yeah, sure, buddy. I can't believe L5 spoiled the result of the Greg game. I mean, it's Game 8 Greg. Come on. Also, that's not even spoiling it. Come on. 8 more subs to 1K? Only 8 more? It was like 14 more before we started the stream, so I appreciate you guys for subbing. But yeah, if anyone else wants to sub, go ahead, right? We're almost to the big 1K. And that'll be nice. Alright. Gypsy versus Sablo. Two really, really storied players, some might say. Gypsy, the OG GOAT of Draft League. This guy has been around forever, and he's been taking names forever. That's a Barbarical? Yes, it is. And you know what it does? Look at the matchup. It just freaking wins. Yep. Anyways, Sablo has also been around for a long time. This is a guy who I credit at least for inventing modern Greninja. So there is that. L5 help, there's a Cresselia on my screen. Oh no! Look away. It's an audiobook for this game for you, Darkrai. Gypsy famously owns L5. Actually, I beat Gypsy last time we played, but it's okay. It's okay. You could have your own narrative, it's fine. But anyways, let's see. So this is our like super fat balance team with Mega Venu, which is benched for Barbarical, the GOAT. And then this team has a Mega Sableye, which is also benched. Exactly, Darkrai. This guy gets it. But anyways, so we're trying to set up with Barbarical, and kind of wins. So that's the plan. It also naturally checks stuff like the Crobat, the Entei, even like the Kyurem, right? A lot of setup opportunities. So yeah, Keldeo, also pretty reasonable here because Tentacruel versus Keldeo, our set does tend to come out on top for that sort of interaction. Just Scald burning everything. Now let's just get into the game. This is ZFG versus Trick of Eye. She shell on my Smash Till I Barbarical. Bars. Is Kyurem leads off, forces out our Torrent into the Cresselia. We're actually Lumberry to deal with toxic Kyurem and stuff like it, but it's actually Weakness Policy, which is a great set from Trick of Eye. Moonblast procs that, and now Cresselia can no longer just hard 1v1 this Kyurem. So it goes for a Roost, trying to test the waters, but this next Moonblast is going to leave it low. Now here, there's a potential play into something like Keldeo on a predicted Roost turn. That's a play that Gypsy could make, which is why Sablo just attacks and doesn't Roost. He says, if you're switching out, I want to have at least some chip on it. So fair enough. Now Crook comes out, gonna go for a knockoff, which actually removes the helmet on Whimsicott. So pretty nice stuff. Now Torrent comes in on Whimsicott as it goes for a U-turn. Now Jirachi comes in, and we're actually gonna go for a Specs Dark Pulse, which one is gonna break a Culverberry, and two is just gonna 2-hit KO through that. So rocks go up, but you see the dark resists are pretty poor. It's only Whimsicott, and Whimsicott into Torn. You're gonna say Stun Spore this next turn. I mean, good bring from them, but it does miss the Torn. Now here, I thought it would have been pretty reasonable to just stay in and trade Whimsicott for a paired Torn, because if Whimsicott dies, all of a sudden there's nothing to like Stun Spore Barbaracle, and once you get off a smash, you literally just win. Not like figuratively, you literally just win. So I figured a trade here would have been worth it for Gypsy, but so that's why Sablo switches as well. But instead he switches to Skarmory, trying to just layer up on the Whimsicott, for example, or maybe get rocks up. I don't know if this is spikes or not. But Kyurem comes in, crits our Skarm, which is annoying, but we just defog the hazards away. And okay, fair enough. Our Skarm's dead, but the rocks are gone. Sure. Now this is our setup opportunity for Barbaracle, because it's revealed no Draco, which means nothing it has can actually hit the Barbaracle. And if you Toxic the Barbaracle, you can't Stun Spore. So he takes this as an opportunity to basically get a 2-for-1 here with Barbaracle, because this is forced to stay in Psychic. He's also forced to sack it, and he's also forced to go Whimsicott and sack it and hit a Stun Spore. So if this Stun Spore misses, the game's over. But it does connect this time, so fair enough. Now Jirachi comes in to revenge kill the Barbaracle, but goes for rocks and we get full parried. That kind of sucks, right? Because if you're going to trade rocks for your Jirachi, at least make it cost the Jirachi. But here, he gets a bit lucky, but like, we did dodge the pair on Torn, so I guess it's somewhat fair. Crook can come in and goes for a knockoff, gets the Moxie boost. Now Tentacle comes in, but we can just go Keldeo on this thing. What's it gonna do? Scald? And here, we just go for a Scald as well. It's Oras. Shout out to the water types, click and Scald. Do we see a burn? No burn yet. Now, an important thing is this Keldeo HP is kind of important for the Entei, and this Giga Drain reveal is actually kind of a big deal. So it does a lot of chip to the Keldeo, but here we reveal Rest, and it's actually Lumberry instead of Chesto to cover for early Scald burns as well. But yeah, Bravebird comes out, a really nice Crobat switch from Sablo, gonna be rewarded with a KO. Now Crook has to come in here and goes for a Stone Edge, but Tentacle switches in, takes the Citrus Berry, but Burn puts it in range of the next one, and if we hit a few more Stone Edges, this Crook is just going to sweep with Scarf Moxie. Entei comes in. Do we hit? We do. And now Crobat last one. Do we hit? We do. And that's going to be the game for Gypsy King. Well played. Honestly, I think from both sides, a lot of really heads-up plays from Sablo with the Kyurem and the Whimsicotts. Yeah, and then the Jirachi getting rocks up was impactful, but obviously got a little bit lucky not getting punished the second time. But still, was a great game. GG from Gypsy. And yeah, game 2. Now we have Fagos versus J Ricky here. These are the two players. J Ricky for ZFG, Fagos for Trick of Eye. That was a good game to watch, yeah, for sure. Stone Edge when it's used by my opponent I prepped heavy for. Yup. So true. Hey, I know that guy. Yeah, fellow Wi-Fi warrior J Ricky. Alright, let's switch the sides. I want to be on the ZFG side. So this is a scary matchup, right? This Sarud, if it's just Terra Fairy Spadef, is very hard to beat, right? Knockoff, Terra Blast, kind of just kills everything, right? And it also walls half the team as well. So yeah. SV4 allegedly the best ZFG SV draft. So true. So Zarude is the #1 threat here. The rest of the team is like so manageable. It's like really a 1v6, but the one is a Zarude, so there's always a way, you know what I mean? A little bit rough. So obviously we're going to be prepped for it, but it's still a challenge, right? Let's go into the game. Seeing the Fortress was actually pretty surprising. I think that mon is like really horrible in this matchup. It checks like basically nothing. Honestly, this J-Riki game might be the game of the season. It was super fun to watch. You think that? I mean, we'll see. It's actually Terra Water Zarude, which is actually such a big deal, because it means our Raging Bolt can 1v1 it so comfortably. So, yeah, appreciate our opponent bringing wrong Terra sets, but hey, we'll take it. And then, other Terra type is Mismagius Fire. Then on our side, Terra Dragon Raging Bolt and Terra Fairy on the Mesprit. Alright, so Zarude leads off into Crocodiles to get the Intimidate off. And here, we're just gonna rock up, right? Free rocks. Goes for a Petal Blizzard, so it's dual stab Zarude, which is pretty interesting. And we get a knockoff onto the Leftovers, which is really impactful, because this Zarude is like so bulky and hard to take down. If you can get rid of some of its longevity, it becomes a lot easier to deal with. And now we taunt it, which means, you know, we can sack our Crook. No big deal. It's just there to get rocks and die, pretty much. Now, Raging Bolt is to come in. It is Balloon, which means Landorus is not exactly a great counter to it. So it comes in on a Volt Switch, sure, but you have to break the Balloon before you can actually stay in. So it goes for a U-turn into the G-King. We just go for a Draco. Does 35, so very Spadef on the G-King, but it's eject button, so back into the Landorus. But J-Riki, Balls of Steel, stays in on the U-turn, and what does he do? He just Dracos again. Alright, fair enough. Now G-King gets taunted on the Chilly Reception. Oh, on T-Spikes, even better. I mean, Goldango's going to come in now on the Landorus switch. Maybe a little bit of a silly... But this is crazy. We went Goldango into a Raging Bolt, and then he just U-turns. Me when Phagos is not in a Game 8 situation. Anyways. So somehow he mind controls his opponent to not Earthquake his Raging Bolt. That was awesome. Gets a Volt Switch on the Slowking into Cinderace, which is going to just go for a Double Edge, which is going to be a lot of damage on this Zarude. Yeah. So has to switch out there into Mismagius, which he does make that play correctly at least. But now, I think we just go Raging Bolt, expecting like a Will-O-Wisp that turn. Because bulky Mismagius was kind of revealed by the Leftovers on the previous turn. But now it's sub. So it can sub on the Draco Meteor, get the -2, and now Volt Switch is not going to break, which is kind of annoying, right? But sub protect, you need Shadow Ball, and then probably Dazzling Gleam, right? Your Terra Fairy on the... No, your Terra Fire. But still, Dazzling Gleam for the Crook is the most likely. Maybe Grass Knot, right? Same thing. But I assume Dazzling Gleam to also hit the Raging Bolt and the Iron Valiant. It just makes the most sense. So it doesn't have actually any move for setup. It goes for a Protect, trying to like PP stall Pyro Ball or something. Probably not going to be able to do that. So just goes for a Shadow Ball. And now Pyro Ball is going to force this out potentially. Yeah, after Protect for Leftovers, sure. But now Pyro Ball comes out. This 39 to the Roaring Moon. That does so much damage. Now Valiant is going to come in on this Roaring Moon. Pretty aggressive play, but it's going to work out on the knockoff. Now it goes for a T-Wave on the Fortress. Right? Good stuff. Now Goldango in to block the spin, but, you know, Phagos heads up play, goes for a Volt Switch, and gets the recover off with the Zarude. J-Riki takes that opportunity to set up a a Reflect, and goes hard into Valiant. Now goes for another T-Wave, trying to catch the G-King. But here, we're going to see why he was trying to T-Wave the G-King. Just goes for a Hex, which is going to do a lot of damage to Fortress. It does get Rocks up, and can't really prevent that at that point, but hey, big damage. Now Goldango comes in on a Chilly Reception. Now Mismagius is going to come in, but I think Goldango should be able to live one KO back. Now switches out into Valiant instead on the Substitute, potentially threatening an Encore here, but no. I mean, it's T-Wave, Hex, you don't have room for Encore, come on. Now here's the play. Do we hex the Mismagius or Moonblast or whatever, just attack it, or do we T-Wave predicting the Slowking? Slowking does come in, and we T-Wave predicting the Slowking. Really nice play from J. Ricky. And now Destiny Bond is a crazy click. If the Slowking did attack there, which it was kind of likely to do, then it would have been a nice trade there. Opens up the Raging Bolt potentially, but Phagos is actually just going to make the safe Chilly Reception play. He can take a Hex from that range and just get momentum into something. But because the Destiny Bond is active, he can't go to anything faster and KO this. So he has to go Zarude, take a T-Wave, and go for a Synthesis. Now he has to fear the Destiny Bond this turn, but he's actually double healing with Jungle Healing and Synthesis. So it's just dual stab, no setup, which is interesting, right? He couldn't kill me next turn anyways, so it was mostly fine. Yeah. Anyways, hexes the Slowking to keep it low. Now Roaring Moon comes in, finally has the opportunity to just take a KO. But now what? Now the Mesprit's going to come in, and it's actually Terra Fairy, and we save the Terra for this. It actually doubles to Cinderace on the Zarude switch, and Sword Stances on the predicted Synthesis. Really nice stuff. Like, you got the turns right. And now, will Zarude die from 99? It just freaking dies. So, really well played from J. Ricky. I know that was a roll, and it was in Phagos' favor. So, a little unlucky, right? That being said, if you get the double edge off, the snow is still up. So, Synthesis is only healing 25. Your Zarude's at like 26%, call it. And maybe that's okay for Phagos, but Valiant gets to come in and claim after. Whatever. I mean, Valiant goes down to Roaring Moon here. And now Mesprit comes in, and you're going to see it's going to Terra Fairy here. And we go for a nasty plot. Now this Mesprit set could potentially win the game here, because we're actually draining Kiss with Terra Fairy, which boosts it up to a base 60 power move. Now Jiken comes in, farms some regen, but even at 79%, this Psyshock is doing so much damage. Lives on 1, goes for a Sludge Bomb. Does it get the poison? It doesn't. So that means Draining Kiss plus Leftovers is going to be enough to close this one out, it looks like. Maybe we see an Iron Head from Roaring Moon. We see a Protect from Mesprit. It is Iron Head. Do we live on the Mesprit? Apparently not. We have to go Goldango. Takes the Iron Head. Is this Choiced Moon? It is choiced. Probably Scarf to outspeed the Valiant, which is a fair enough play. But the light screen goes up, and now I assume you just knock this out? Yeah. And now on this Mismagius, you have the light screen up. You can just go hard Mesprit, I think. But here he doesn't go hard Mesprit. He goes for Memento, which is actually blocked by Sub. So a little bit danger here. Shadow Ball doesn't KO the Goldango. Makerine breaks the Sub. But now you're -1. You go Mesprit this turn, which you could have done the last time, but this time you go Mesprit on the Sub, and Draining Kiss should be enough. Yeah, as you can see, Shadow Ball does 17. Psyshock is a little bit better, right? Yeah. Figured you couldn't kill me next turn. I'll work for his Protect and it still kills you. I don't know why it works different on Sub. Yeah, you can always just /DT Memento, and it'll tell you if it goes through Sub for all moves. Like, it'll be a little check mark on there. It'll say if it goes through Protect, if it goes through Sub, all that stuff. It's right in Showdown. But yeah, able to win this with Mesprit here. Pretty nice stuff. So, well played from J. Ricky. Really cool Mesprit endgame. And yeah. Oh, and that's what I was thinking about earlier. For those of you who were like around for the whole stream, I was saying earlier something about screens and like Future Sight going through it, which is wrong. What I was actually thinking about is Future Sight going through Protect. That reminded me of it. But anyways, on to the next thing. I knew it wouldn't go through Sub like in terms of dropping, but I thought it'd still kill me. Oh yeah, no, it just fails. Anyways, another Mismagius. These guys just love Mismagius, I guess. But anyways, Lucas numbers versus low QP. So going into this, Lucas is 3-0, and low QP is 0-3. So low QP trying to get a little bit of pep back in his step, getting out of Auras into SV, a little bit of a change of scenery for him. Whereas Lucas, he's been rocking this Raging Bolt team to pretty good success for the past few weeks. And yeah. Alright, so what's the game plan here? I mean, there's a Lando hiding behind the hammer, which is pretty funny. So some scary stuff, right? The opposing Bolt, pretty scary, but our Bolt is also equally as scary. Hazard advantage probably to Lucas, right? There's no removal on the other side, and we have a Tinglu and Sticky Web Araquanid potentially. So, yeah. Probably going to be Boot spam from low QP if I had to guess. Boots Aloe, Boots Raging Bolt, although maybe not. Probably Boots Gren. That's a set that people have brought into this team in the past. But anyways, let's look into the game. What are the Terra types? We have Steel on Mismagius and Ground on the Raging Bolt. On the other side we have Bug Raging Bolt and Ground on the Araquanid. So Tinglu leads off into the Greninja. Could potentially be a taunt lead, but it is lead spikes. Okay, fair enough. We see an Earthquake just bring this straight down to Sash, which makes me think this might be choice banded and doubles out, predicting like a ground resist to come in. So Corviknight comes in to immediately just U-turn on Aloe, I guess, into Araquanid, trying to block the flip turn, which he does end up doing. Now he can go for an Infestation. And now here, this is the cool tech, right? We're Terra Ground, Water Absorb. So this will cover even like a Terra Water Raging Bolt, which a lot of people do run into Tinglu. And so we trap this in. And not only that, we Terra Ground to be immune to Electric, but we miss the Skitter Smack. Skitter Smack would have brought this Raging Bolt down to -1, which is actually so impactful. Because if you look at this next turn, it's Sunny Day, it's probably going to be Solar Beam, right? We have a Tinglu, it's the likely set. Solar Beam does 79%, but we hit another Skitter Smack. So if it was -1, that was doing like just over half, like 53%, 53.5 about. We get leftovers. We protect. We Skitter Smack again. We protect. And this Raging Bolt's dead. And Araquanid's alive. It's such a big swing in terms of like that miss, because this is protect. So Raging Bolt is actually able to make it out alive here. Like it should have been -2 and we should have been like at least 30% healthier in that sequence. So now we have to do some like crazy pivoting to stall out Sun turns or whatever. He actually calls the switch here with the next Solar Beam, which is a nice play from him. Jirachi comes in here, probably just going to set up rocks or something. No, goes for a sub. So sub's on the Gren sack, but Gren not going to allow us to stay with a sub up. Regardless, goes for a Thunderbolt, which could have gone bad if a Spike went up, but Spike up is a really bad play in that position. Mismagius comes in. This is our cue to go Tinglu and just probably hazard up, right? Although he might be thinking this is choice banded, and we go for Payback, which I think was a probably ambitious play. Because now you have to stay in to get rocks up, and now a Wish into flip turn is unguardable, and this Raging Bolt is going back to full. There's nothing you can do about it, and this is exactly why the reason that Skitter Smack miss was so unfortunate. Because now, not only did we fail to KO the Raging Bolt, we can't block the flip turns anymore, and it's back to full based on a Wish pass. So it's rough out here on the streets. And Tinkaton stole our boots. Folks, this is tough. And now they have double hazards up, which necessitates a defog. Which means, like, it's fine, but it means that we have to get rocks up again. which is just going to mean another Wish Pass from Aloe. Goes for Earthquake, like, just hoping that he stays in. Another Earthquake, I don't know why that one wasn't a Rock's turn. But anyways, Corviknight comes in on the Lando, goes for a U-turn into Raging Bolt, and again, should be dead. I mean... Yeah, now Tinglu comes in on a T-Bolt, and he has to pivot to like Jirachi on a Solar Beam. Yeah, Jirachi Solar Beam. He actually tears ground, not sure why. But anyways, can go for an Ice Punch, and goes down to the Terra Blast, alright? Now Weavile can come in, and this thing has revealed not to be Thunderclap, so Triple Axle is pretty free here. Tinkaton, though, can take it and set up rocks again. So that kind of sucks. Again, I don't know why these players are not rocking earlier. Like, rock should have been up last turn, and then we should have had rocks for like a while now. Anyways, Tinglu goes down to 2 hits from Raging Bolt. Now Weavile comes in, but this Raging Bolt at 6% is just going to get wished back up, because Aloe's going to come in here. We see a Swords Dance. Actually, no Wish. Not wasting the turn. But now Raging Bolt comes in. We're just going to switch back to Aloe, because after regen, it can take 2 knocks, no problem, and just flip turn out. And shout out to Aloe. Mod's actually so good. Now Raging Bolt into Raging Bolt, but ours is slower. It is Sugar Berry, so it doesn't take too much, but we missed Draco, which is just insult to injury. At that point, the Lando can just like U-turn, and we can't really break the Aloe very easily. Miss Magus as well is going to win eventually, so game was probably over anyways. But that's just nail in the coffin, right? Hey, maybe Corviknight plus our Raging Bolt could have handled these last 3. It's possible, right? But yeah, either way, unlucky, low QP. He played well, he prepped well, but obviously it hurts to, you know, have our chances taken away early game like that. Anyways, next game, we have High Jump Sean versus who? I know what you're gonna say. Who? Who is this guy? Yeah, go ahead and put it in the chat. Go ahead. I get it. Anyways, this team, we finally got a Mandibuzz on there during mids. Used to be a Braviary. Yep, there it is. Thank you, J. Ricky. So this is just an upgrade to the team. Like, we wanted Mandibuzz the whole time. Who 6-0'd me off lead when we mock, basically? Yeah. And that's going to be no different in this actual game as well, you're going to see. But yeah, Sean bringing the Frostmoth, which was a big threat in like the week 2 game up against Lax, or was it week 1? It was week 1 against Dino Crisis. Like, Frostmoth was threatening to sweep his balance team, but managed to outplay it. But this time, the Frostmoth is back. Yeah, week 1. So, what's the thing here? Well, let's just get right into it, honestly. Terra types is Electric on the Hydrapple, and Steel on Sinistra, Poison on Moth. Keldeo was benched. Alright, Zapdos leads off into Terra Electric Hydrapple. Obviously, we're just going to rip the Terra and Nasty Plot immediately on this thing. It does reveal Charge, which could potentially try to 1v1 Hydrapple. We'll see, though. Hydrapple goes all the way up to +6, and then it's going to start attacking. So can Zapdos get enough Spadef to ward this off? It is pressure, but Dragon Tail. And that's the grand reveal. Oh my god. This Hydrapple is going to get so many kills off lead. A U-turn is your best click into that? That's rough. Now Zapdos going to come in, freaking die to Fickle Beam. And now at Fortress has to use its Sturdy on this. Terra Blast is going to bring it down to 1 HP. Pain Split is going to be actually pretty useful here to bring the Hydrapple down, but it's still not really in range of anything. This Moth is Terra Poison, so it could very well just be like a Spec set. So who wants to guard against that? If it's not Specs, it doesn't kill and you can get 3 kills off lead, but no reason to risk he can always go to Hydrapple later. It's regen. Now here, a Zen Headbutt, covering for like a Terra Poison, stay in. But yeah, Sinistcha comes in on that. Now you can just go for a flip turn, as Machagacha only does 34 to AV Aloe. And now what? Now Petulant gets to come in and go for what? A Parting Shot on the Terra Steel. So force the Terra, now the Moth can't Terra. And Mandibuzz comes in. Now Mandibuzz just completely hard walls the dual stabs of Sinistcha. But Sinistcha also kind of beats Mandibuzz 1v1 long term. So Whirlwind to force that thing out. And now Frostmoth just goes for an Ice Beam. We take that with the Mandibuzz. I think he just assumed that he was faster. He would go for a fast U-turn, but no such luck. Now Mandibuzz is very low, which is going to be pretty impactful for the Sinistcha, right? Goes for a Quiver Dance, though. We can go into our Treads and just go for a Heavy Slam. No problem. Roaring Moon takes some chip. Goes for a knockoff into our Hydrapple. It is Rocky Helmet, so a little bit extra chip on that guy. Can just go for a Fickle Beam here. Yeah. Goes all out on the Sinistcha, prompting a Machagacha. Fair enough. Now, probably just going to Matcha again, if I had to guess, but no, just goes for a Strength Sap. Not really too sure why. Either way, Flip turns into the Iron Treads, but it actually doesn't KO Sinistcha from that range. And Strength Sap is super annoying. Yeah, for sure, who? Yeah, that was actually not fair, what he brought in those mocks. I'm not going to reveal it in case you play another Zapdos, but that was just unreasonable, right? Anyways, goes for a Calm Mind on Sinistcha. Meowscarada comes in trying to scare it out. Goes for a U-turn, but no such luck. And Aloe's going to take a lot of damage from that. And now it's probably just going to be... I was going to say maybe a Mandibuzz sack, but goes for another Strength Sap. I'm not really too sure why we're not Machagaching there. Maybe he's trying to cover for Mirror Coat. Actually, that's definitely it. He doesn't want to get Mirror Coated. But now Meowscarada comes in and we get the Trick off. So it tricks the Sinistcha into a Specs +1 Machagacha, which is scary, but once this thing gets forced out by the Petulant, it's going to be not a big deal anymore. So Parting Shots into the Mandibuzz. Don't want to take too much chip on your Aloe. Makes sense. Now Aloe comes in. You can go for a flip turn, pretty safe. Frostmoth comes in, and now Treads is going to come in. And now Earthquake is a free KO. Frostmoth isn't going to die, but it doesn't KO back. And nothing else can come in on Earthquake. So Earthquake is going to be a KO. We are Scarf, but he doesn't want to lose it to a Scarf Iron Moth. So no reason to risk it when you have a full HP AV Aloe Momola. So fair play there. Flip turns out on the Sinistcha into the Petulant. Probably just going to see a Parting Shot. Gets the -1 Sinistcha back into Aloe. And now Machagacha only does 30%, very regenable. And now probably just flip turn again, right? Completely safe play. And now what? Goes Treads. And you're going to Volt Switch here. I know you are. Yeah, because Earthquake is a roll on the Sinistcha and you never risk in this position. Now Hydrapple comes in, but Sinistcha in is going to take the requisite chip to now Earthquake is going to sweep the endgame, assuming no Scarf Moth. And Scarf Moth is never going to break through Aloe. So, long term and short term, I mean, who is just going to win this one? There's actually just no way for Sean to come back. After that start, it was so impossible. Like that Hydrapple, the Dragon Tail tech was actually so impactful. Can't overstate that. Now Iron Moth comes in. Again, you never risk. And now it's +1. Here he reveals not to be Scarf. Goes for a Sludge Wave. And flip turn into Iron Treads. Choice Scarf is going to end the game immediately. That's going to be who. Week 4 goes up to a 3-1 record. Very nice stuff. Scarf Treads was heat here, for sure, yeah. Able to have something faster than the Iron Moth was really nice. JWiki. Yes. So now the series is 3-1 for ZFG. And now we have Genius X versus II. Alright. Have some water. I've been talking for a long time. All right. So this team, we haven't actually brought this team before this week. So this is the debut of the Mega Mawile Gren team for us. Mostly because we've been getting like really dog-ass Mawile matchups, but here, Mawile is really, really good. The check being Steela means that Thunder Punch is really free, as well as you can take one from Steela no matter what. And then the other resists don't exist, right? Play Rough just kills everything else. This is a Zard X. But yeah. So Mawile finally gets to come, and let's get into the game. See Nihilego lead off into the Mawile. Really nice stuff. This is our rocker, so we're just gonna get rocks up, I think, right? No, we go for Iron Head first onto a Sash Nihilego. Fair enough, and then I think we just trade rocks. Yeah. Now, don't want to take chip on the Mawile, so it goes Latios on the T-Spike turn. Not really expecting T-Spike there, but Thunderbolts into Crocodile, then goes for a Reflect, gets Light Clay knocked off, and goes for Memento immediately. So, interesting stuff from our Latios. But now, what this allows us to do is go Thundurus with a Reflect up on -2 Crook. And just rip a Z. So Crook dies here. Nothing really could take that. Worst case is like a Nihilego sack, which was possible, but hey, got the play right. And then Sylveon reveals Scarf, doesn't KO, and then Iron Tail knocks it out. So that was a crazy turn. Now Steela comes in, but actually this is a super smart play from Genius. Going Quillfish here, what it looks like is you can just get chip on Steela with your Thundurus and then go to something else to revenge. But by going to Quillfish, you can Intimidate on this if it's auto-automize. You cover for weakness policy. Like if you are weakness policy into Thunder Punch and they auto, it's like a really tough situation for Genius. So going Quillfish solves that problem. It absorbs the T-Spikes, and you save a Rock Sack to spin block the Starmie, which is such a big deal when you have Rocks up versus Zard. So really intelligent Quillfish play here. On the Protect turn, sure, you just wanted to scout. It reveals to be defensive Steela, but you didn't know that going into that turn, so really fantastic Quillfish play. Now I assume you just go for a Spike here. No, we go for a Liquidation. Expertly get the drop as another Leech Seed is attempted to be clicked. And now, this was crazy, the explosion on the Starmie switch. Wow. Really called that turn correctly, and now Gren gets to come in and click Surf. And this is Specs Gren, which actually KOs the Zard after Rock, so Steela has to come in, it's forced. Does 41, and Leech Seed is doing a little bit of chip, but not a whole lot. Not really even forced out, so the next Surf is going to do a lot of damage. Heavy Slam plus Leech Seed is going to put us in Torrent range, but he has that Rock Sack to reset the Leech Seed, and now there's nothing that can be done. Surf KOs everything. This is... it's Specs Torrent, you know? So Steel obviously going to die. It would have taken like 62. Zard comes in, dies to Surf, and Starmie dies to Surf. So really clinical game from Genius. That was really well played. Yeah, nothing else really to say. That was really great. And now we have my own game. Me versus Joshua. Me going into this one, I'm actually 1-2. So not the greatest record for me. Below my standard, of course. And then Joshua is 3-0. So I knew I had to knock him down a peg, right? But this Hydrapple is so annoying, man. So I have a Spidef Clefairy to handle the Hydrapple. It's actually super fast with Encore to avoid like nasty plot Hydrapple 1v1ing me, because that's the only way Hydrapple can 1v1 Clef ever, is being nasty plot. So being fast Encore allows me to cover that, unless it's like fast Hydrapple itself, but I can only cover so much, right? And if it is that fast, it's taking a lot of damage from my other Pokemon. So my Tusk is going to be Terra Ghost. This is to, 1, spin block the opposing treads, because rocks are pretty important to me. 2, I get Terra Blast coverage into a likely Terra Ghost Hydrapple. I think it's pretty reasonable for him to you know, Spike Up, T-Spike, Rocks Up, and then be a Spin Block Hydrapple. That's totally reasonable. So by being Ghost Tusk myself, my Terra Blast is 2 at KOing that. It allows me to very reliably get a spin off. And then, as well as like the Ghost type on the roster is Rotom. So Rotom Ghost. Aren't you 0.500 in DPL, so 1 and 2 is roughly your standard? Shut up. I won an MVP, and then also my DCL record is like insanely positive, and my Clash record is insanely positive. Whatever, man. So anyways, Ghost Tusk is pretty bulky. It's Assault Vest, so I can trade favorably into stuff like the Keldeo and the Valiant if I need to. Stuff like that. Yeah. And then I'm Ice Spinner, of course, so that D-Knight can't set up. And yeah. Darkrai here is going to be Scarf Trick. This is to, you know, have an emergency out to a Hydrapple that's annoying to break, for example. As well as if I can Trick Scarf the Overquill, it becomes a lot less annoying. Because it has to choose between spikes or attacking. It can't do both. As well as just Scarf Darkrai in general is nice to revenge +1 D-Knight, booster energy Valiant, that sort of thing. My D-Knight is going to be Heavy Duty Boots, DD Roost 2 attacks. I just have Scale Shot for the opposing Dragonite and E-Speed. E-Speed is like really fantastic into the Valiant because even after a DD, I can outspeed it with an E-Speed, of course. Alright, Rotom Wash is going to be Fizz Def. This is for a few reasons, right? Keldeo Secret Sword and the Iron Treads, just in general, right? I can also burn the Dragonite, stuff like that. Really useful mod in this matchup. I'm expecting to be able to burn the Hydrapple and then just Volt in my Clef, get rocks. That's a good sequence for me. And then my Crown is going to be Choice Specs. So a very strong set into him. The only real Steel resist is Iron Treads. I don't think Keldeo really counts here because it has to be afraid of my Psychic Stab, so Treads is the more likely switch in. I do have Focus Blast. Don't really intend on clicking it unless I really have to. But yeah, Tachyon Cutter is insanely spammable versus team. The only resist, you know, don't have recovery, and they are quite frail on the special side, frankly. So yeah. And I have Volt Switch as well. And then yeah, I already went over my Clef set. So let's look into the game. We see a Keldeo lead, and the Hydrapple's Terra Water. The Keldeo is also Terra, but we know the Hydrapple's going to Terra. Keldeo leads off into my Rotom. I'm just going to Will-O-Wisp here. I want to catch the Hydrapple on the switch, start getting some residual on it. But he just stays in Secret Swords here. I go for a double Wisp, expecting the Hydrapple to come in, but he just stays in. I don't get it. And what all this does is mean I get a fatter Pain Split. Like, this Keldeo is now even lower, and my Rotom is still healthy enough to do its job. Like, this really is not a big deal. I don't want to take the next attack, though, and Volt out. Doesn't seem worth it to me, so I just go hard Clefairy, and this is my Rocks opportunity. I can just go straight for it. Now, Treads comes in. It can spin this time, but next time it won't be able to because my Great Tusk will be a Ghost type. Now here, I just go for a Headlong Rush. I could have Ice Spinnered. I was really close to clicking it, but I figured it's actually not out of question to stay in and try to Stealth Rock up as the Iron Treads if you're Shookaberry, which was actually somewhat common in mocks. Like, Shookaberry, set Rocks, and then Steel Beam really brings my Great Tusk quite low because I'd have the defense drop from Headlong. So I thought it was pretty reasonable to expect that sort of sequence to happen. So I was actually quite comfortable going for Headlong into a swap to Rotom on the next turn if that sequence did happen. And if I do Headlong into the Hydrapple, it's still fine because I have Clefairy. And the next time he can't Spin Block. But here he makes a really nice double into Treads. Just gotta say that's a nice play. And now I go Tusk because I am Spin and he doesn't have Ghost Hydrapple to block Spin. Freest spin of all time, right? And now this time I'm going to go Clefairy again. No reason not to. Like, he can make that double all he wants. My Clefairy will come in on the Hydrapple eventually, and I'll Moonlight, get it back up to good health, And now my Tusk comes in on a knockoff. This is the only bad side, right, of being a ghost type. You are weakening yourself up to the knockoff, but it's a trade-off that I was willing to make. We see Headlong do 39 to the Hydrapple, which means it's quite bulky, right? And we also knew that from the Terra Blast damage doing so little, and now my rocks are up, and I can spin block. So he goes for rocks, but I can just spin here, no problem. Now this sequence, it feels pretty reasonable for me, but I'm actually not making too much progress, right? Because all the damage is on Hydrapple, which can always just regen it off. So I need to find some way to break this cycle eventually. So is it here that I do it? Yeah, here I double to Darkrai on the Hydrapple, and I trick immediately. So this was a play that I really needed to make. And there's going to be consequences for it. But getting a Scarf on Hydrapple is a really big deal because it can no longer now like recover spam versus my Great Tusk. It has to click a move to lock into, which, you know, if it does lock into something something unfavorable, I will get a free switch into my Crown, I'll get a free switch into my Dragonite and start DDing, which is a really scary threat in the endgame. So I give it a Scarf, which is nice. He revealed to be Lumberry, which was even weirder to me why he didn't want to go to it versus my Rotom earlier. But hey, that's for him to know and for me to never find out. Now here he's locked into Fickle Beam, which is a free Iron Crown entry point on the Overquill switch. Now Overquill does 1v1 Iron Crown like normal sets, but I'm Specs, and I really want to weaken this thing. So I just stay in. He goes for a Crunch, does a lot of damage, gets a drop. And I mean, I also kind of expected like a T-Spike to want to go down there. Something like that. Or just a regular Spike. Something not Crunch. I thought like it was somewhat reasonable. But I mean, Crunch is fine now that my Tusk is Terrid, so I don't think it's a wrong play, but I did expect like a Spike, which is why I stayed in. But still, I'm getting really good chip here. The Overquill's low. The Treads is at half HP now. I can go Rotom here. And I'm just going to go for a Hydro Pump. If he wants to spin on my Rotom, fair play. He's going to die, and I get Rocks up very, very easily in this game with my Clefairy. So Iron Valiant comes in. I'm just going to go to Iron Crown and sack it, assuming this was Life Orb. But here he reveals not to be Life Orb. And what that means is my Clefairy can switch in for free. And here, he actually goes Keldeo, which makes this play look even better. Free Rocks. And these Rocks are here to stay now that the Treads is gone. So Overquill does come in, which is annoying, right? I go to Tusk just to sack it. If he wants to go for a T-Spike, I wanted to spin it away. And nothing else really wants to come in on a Crunch necessarily. Here, I get the sack. I prevent like a hazard from him, and I get a free switch to Iron Crown, which is going to be a KO at this point. I just go for a Tachyon Cutter, knock out the Keldeo. Really nice stuff. So the two main like resist to Crown are dead. You could say Hydrapple is still a resist, but that's always a free Clefairy, which now that he doesn't have Treads, he really struggles to switch into Clefairy. So Valiant comes in. I'm just going to sack the Iron Crown at this point. It's really okay, it's done its job. It's in range of like E-Speed, in range of like pretty much everything. So I just sack it, go Clefairy, and here I'm going to go for a Nightshade, which is going to knock out the Overquill after that Rocks. And now Dragonite comes in, and this is like a pretty scary turn, right? He reveals not to be Boots. So what I'm thinking here, he's probably Lumberry. Because if you look at my team, right, Wisp Rotom, Wisp or Hypnosis Darkrai, T-Wave Clefairy, on my bench is Mesprit, which could also be T-Wave. There's a lot of status, right? So in his mind, he thinks that my last move is either going to be T-Wave or Healing Wish. To him, this is a free DD. So I'm going to go for an Encore. And I actually sniped the turn correctly, and that was really big. Now I get off a absolutely free Nightshade. I could have switched, but I don't have a need to switch. Like, Clefairy beats the other two Pokemon that come in. Now he has to go hard into Dragonite again. And now this time, I'm going to my own Dragonite. Now this one was maybe not the cleanest play. I don't know, I can explain it, is the thing, but it's like, I could have sacked Darkrai here, is the thing. I could have sacked Darkrai and then gone Dragonite and E-speeded and kept my multi-scale. That's something that I could have done. The reason why I went Dragonite hard is because if he goes for a Roost on my D-Night sack and then E-speeds me, it's like more annoying. But that being said, it doesn't even matter that much, right? So I just sack Darkrai and then I go to Dragonite and I Scale Shot. But what that does is it allows it to be maybe he's faster, maybe he gets a Scale Shot off first, I don't know. I just thought Dragonite was reasonable. Probably going Darkrai here was better and just sacking it. But regardless, my E-Speed is going to knock it out, and now Valiant comes in. The reason why losing my Multiscale is impactful is because this Valiant is so scary. It KOs my Darkrai, it KOs my Rotom, and now it KOs my Dragonite, which I would have lived with a Multiscale. So Clefairy is the only thing that really takes on Valiant. So here, I have to sack my Rotom. No problem, Rotom did its job. And here, this turn is really telling. This knockoff. So knockoff did 16. We see the next knockoff do 16. You don't click knockoff unless you're Scarf here. It's just an insane play to make. Why would you risk the roll? So now I know this is going to be Scarf Valiant. What do I do to take advantage of that? I go Clefairy anyways, but here, I can lose my Eviolite and get Chip here. He can't go Hydrapple. I mean, he does go Hydrapple, but it will just lose 1v1 to my Clefairy. Goes for a Terra Blast. I just Moonlight here. Stay healthy, stay out of range of Moonblast, and here I sack my Darkrai. All good. And now he's locked into a Water move, and I can just go for an E-Speed here. E-Speed, if he switches to Valiant, will 2-hit KO. It doesn't really matter what I click. Everything is winning. Here I go for a DD, just because I know he's not going to go Valiant that turn. And here I go for a Roost, reveal it, back up to Multiscale, and the game's over. He forfeits, and that locks up the series 5-1. I think I played this one quite well. I like the prep that I brought. Specs Crown was really nice. The Clefairy, absolute masterclass. The Encore on the DD was a really great turn for me. And yeah, Dragonite ends up winning the endgame. All my mons kind of did their job there. Nice to see. But we want more. We want more. We do want more. All right. So now we have Carson versus King of Crook, otherwise known as Quinn. Clefairy stocks on the rise. So true. But anyways, this matchup is really funny because in several mocks, Darm just belly drum turn 1 and won the game. So that's what we're going to go for here. The series is always already over, by the way. So Carson was saying, yeah, don't care anymore. I'm just going to stay in and not scout any Scarfers. So yeah, we have lead belly drum G-Darm because the reasonable play into G-Darm lead is to just go Slowbro, right? On a Icicle Crash U-turn predicting Scarf, because Scarf lead just makes sense. But if they do make that play, we belly drum, we get the form change, and Lash Out just kills. And if they try to pivot to Lando for Intim, the way Lash Out works is it doubles in power if you get an attack drop that turn, and Intimidate counts. So Lando also just freaking dies. There's no pivot he can make. So that's the idea, and then the rest of the team, we just have a good matchup for the rest of the teams, or the rest of the team versus him. So if it doesn't lead 6-0, no problem. But if it does, it's very funny. So Darm leads off into Lando T. This is perfect. The reasonable play is always to go Slowbro unless you're Sash lead. Which, okay, we get the +6 and he's Sash lead. So, unlucky, right? But still, got really big chip on the Lando. It's a reasonable trade. Like, I don't hate it. Or for a Poison Jab on Garchomp, knock it out. And now Slowbro comes in. We go Rotom, which is Heavy Duty Boots. And we get a Defog, and now the rocks are gone for good. So a really nice early game sequence. The Lando for the G-Darm. I mean, when there's a Slowbro in the matchup, you always take that trade, right? Now, +2 Leaf Storm does 38 to our Scizor, and it reveals Eject Pack. This is a way to weaken our Scizor in range of like a +2 defense Melmetal Body Press, for example. That could be potentially the play they're going for. But either way, rocks go up, Rotom again switches in on the Slowbro, and Volt Switch is going to weaken this thing quite significantly, and we can always go Sylveon on this thing. Teleports to Melmetal, but this is totally fine. We have a Scizor, it's healthy enough, and you're going to see Double Iron Bash only does 15 per hit, and it's not pads, which means the Melmetal took more damage than our Scizor, and we can go for a free Roost here. Now, don't want to risk this Incineroar being faster, so it just goes into Rotom on the knockoff. Pretty reasonable play. The main thing you needed Rotom for in this game is the Crobat and the Landorus, so switching it on here allows for a free Pain Split. You always keep it around for the Crobat. Pretty good stuff. Now Sizz comes in on the Celebi again. This time there's no eject pack, so it has to just stay in to chip us, but now we are in range of Melmetal. So they made the progress that they wanted, but at the cost of their Celebi. Now we see a Sludge Bomb Poison onto our Rotom as a Volt Switch crit. Nice to see. And now we Bullet Punch because it's in range. Pretty good stuff. Otherwise we probably would have had to go to Garchomp, which they have a Slowbro for, so this is just a better line because of the crit. Now we see Rotom come in on a Throat Chop. So Throat Chop obviously is there as prep for the Sylveon, blocking a Hyper Voice, but it also has the bonus of doing more damage than a knock to an itemless Pokemon. Here Rotom could have lived a knock into poison, but Throat Chop, not quite. But now Sylveon comes in, we know we're faster, goes for a Hyper Voice. As a Throat Chop comes out, a critical hit, but whatever. Now Garchomp comes in, as Slowbro comes in, so a really nice play from King of Crook there. And a Trick Room comes out. And now, they sack the Incineroar to get Melmetal in under Trick Room, and our Scizzor's in range. So here, Carson makes a really nice play, goes Garchomp, which with the J-Reiki Citrus Berry is able to take 2 hits guaranteed, get 2 rounds of a Rough Skin, get a 3rd round here, and then now Scizor comes in and you can just Roost. Because if it does attack you, it's going to be in Rock's range after 1 Helmet, and then Sylveon just wins, Celebi just wins, and if they switch, you get a Roost, and you're even more healthy to take on the Melmetal next time. Doesn't really matter what you click there, honestly, but Roost is just a bigger flex, right? U-turns on the Slowbro into the Sylveon, and now Hyper Voice on the teleport turn does knock it out because we are Pixie Plate. Now Melmetal comes in, and Sylveon goes down, but we have the Helmet Scizor in the back. Nothing this this thing can do. It is normal gem. Self-destruct, sure, fair enough. But Carson's gonna win that one. Really well played throughout the whole game. The only minor mistake was maybe sacking Rotom to the Incineroar when you had a full HP Garchomp. But that being said, the full HP Garchomp did come in handy versus the Melmetal, so who's to say if it's actually a mistake or not. And then we have Game 8, which is going to be Gregulator versus Skyhorse. Now, this is a pretty interesting matchup because a lot of the offense on both sides is really scary, right? Beedrill, if the Lando gets weakened, is really scary. Hydreigon is pretty scary if the Azu gets weakened. There's only... I guess the Hydreigon's not so much scary because there's also a Snorlax. But the Xurkitree is scary, right? The Torn is scary. The Infernape is scary. The Kartana is scary. The Charizard Y is scary. Everything just does so much damage in this matchup. So, how are we going to deal with that? Well, let's find out. So here, Lando lead into Xurkitree. We want to cover for a Scarf HP Ice here because rocks are so important in this game for the Torn, for the Beedrill. Just the chip in general is just very, very impactful. We don't want to risk this being Shuka or Scarf with HP Ice and knocking us out. So we go Snorlax. Good play. This is 11%. Now here, I think he just goes for a Curse, expecting this to be Scarf Xurkitree or something. But it is not. It goes for a Tail Glow, and it's actually going to 1v1 our Snorlax very early in the game. And it also reveals to be super bulky. Taking only 45 from +1 return is kind of crazy. So we already know this thing is basically max defense with the Tail Glow, Thunderbolt, HP Ice, and a filler move. I don't know what. But Charizard gets to come in here and threaten a KO with Flamethrower into coverage move, which very little on his team can deal with. However, Hydreigon comes in and actually procs a Moringa Berry. which means that it's able to take the Focus Blast next turn. Greg doesn't want to risk a Stone Edge or Head Smash or anything killing our yard, so it goes into the Lando T, catches a T-Wave, which is nice, and gets rocks up in the Donphan switch in. Now we have our Z Fly. It's going to do a lot of damage to this Donphan, put it in Earthquake range. So now we can always just get up our rocks here, and if this is the removal, then Earthquake will remove it. So we removed the removal. Shout out. So these rocks should be here to stay. So that's the power of Z Landorus. Now Torrent comes in, and here they reveal Defog. So come on, man. Double removal. I get it though. However, what this does do is allows us to go into our yard and just fire off a Flamethrower, because the Moringa Berry has been used up, and now if Focus Blast lands, we get a KO. And fortunately, it does land. So shout out. Now Infernape comes in. The only thing that really kills us is Stone Edge. So Greg makes a play into the Starmie, if I remember correctly. Here, you probably could have just sacked the Lando, but it's all good, right? Starmie comes in. It's going to get Pursuit Trapped by B. What can you do, right? But it's not even Pursuit Trapped. He just stays in for fun. I mean, our Lando's low anyways. You have to sack something. But now they very graciously go Torn, which just allows another Charizard kill. I think it probably would have been better for them to go Infernape on this this U-turn kill. So what Infernape does is it keeps Kartana out under threat of Vacuum Wave, keeps Lando out because, obviously Flamethrower or just Flare Blitz, whatever, will knock it out. And Yard is afraid of Stone Edge, so you have to go Azu, which Azu is kind of hard for you to switch into, but if you're Gunk Shot, you can make that trade. And into Play Rough, for example, I guess you just go for the water move. So maybe there's no good option for Skyhorse, but either way, going Torn is really nice because it allows our Yard to just get a free KO with a Flamethrower. And see here, it does so much damage. We get a burn, which is nice. But here, we go for a... So he hits the Hurricane and Sun, which is 50%, but then we go for a Tailwind, which is really nice. Because now the ground resist is dead. He has to go Vacuum Wave Infernape to kill us, and now Lando T can come in and claim 2 kills. There's 2 turns of Tailwind. This should be 2 kills. But he has a Stroke and goes Azu on the Zergastry sack, and then back to Lando on the Beedrill. So he just forgot he had Tailwind. We talked to him after the game, he just forgot. So shout out to Soup. Shout out to Gregulator. And now he's going to set up rocks. Okay, sure. Rocks are up. Congratulations. Now Kartana comes in. It just kills the Beedrill. I can't believe this dies from full. And now Infernape comes in. It's somewhat of a 50-50 here. He was busy twerking. He actually was busy twerking. So it's kind of a 50-50, right? Vacuum Wave on Kartana versus Gunk Shot on the switch for Azu. That being said, though, after the next Life Orb hit, it's going to be in range of Aqua Jet, and then since we are AV max HP Azumarill, we're able to take a Thunderbolt from Xurkitree, so it's actually not a 50-50. We just stay in, and if it Vacuum Waves, Azu sweeps, guaranteed. So, just goes for a turn. He gets the play right, and Kartana's just going to sweep. But yeah, that's going to be the game. We end the series 7-1, and that's going to be the end of this stream. We've covered all the games. Let's go ahead and look at the standings. So, obviously my team, all the way on top. We have PTE as the second seed. They also have not dropped a series. They have 2 ties and 2 wins. Slime Season is 2-2. So 2 wins, 2 losses, but their differential is really fantastic. And then you have a few teams that are 2 draws, 1-1. Triggervi as well. So the playoff race is looking pretty tight between these 4 teams to see who gets the last 2 slots. But Pardon the Eruption and ZFG do look to be a little bit ahead of the pack at this moment in time. That being said, ZFG and Pardon the Eruption are playing this current week. So that series is going to have really big playoff implications in terms of if these players can catch up or not. Alright, I think that's going to be it for me. Thanks for watching, everyone. I've been talking for a little bit too long, a little bit tired, but that's going to be it for me. Which team outside top 4 is most likely to make playoffs? I mean, if you look at it, the top 4 is really a top 6, because the points is what matters. And they're all tied at 4 points. That being said, in terms of these 4, the most likely to make playoffs, I would probably put my bets on... maybe DUI? Maybe DUI? And I think Slime Season looks really good, but Skrelp also looks really good. I think if there's one to not include, it would be Trick of Eye, but that's just because we just smashed him 7-1 and recency bias, right? So I think all of them have a really nice shot at making playoffs. It's going to come down to the last few weeks, which is great. That's what you want as a spectator, right? Yeah, that's going to be it for me. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. We're going to do a pick'em stream on Friday, probably, with Zooch. I think we did a little bit better this week with our pick'ems than last week, but we're going to look to continue that streak. I'll look at those matchups on Friday, and then obviously the games are going to happen live on the weekend. If you want to watch those live, obviously you can join the DPL server. There's a role that they ping for live battles. You go ahead and get that. And yeah, we'll have a watch party next week for week 5. All that stuff. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. I've done the outro like 3 times now.